Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee. We'll now call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Dr. Bovee?
Here.
Mr. Castile?
Here.
Dr. Davis?
Here.
Ms. Ellis? Not present. Mr. Garvey?
Here.
Ms. Holloway?
Here.
Mr. Mellerin?
Here.
Mr. Morris?
Here.
Ms. Orange-Jones? Mr. Rock? Not present. Ms. Boucher?
Here.
And Ms. Clifton?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you. I'd like to turn it over to Superintendent Brumley for a brief recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Castile. I just want to take a moment to recognize some students in the room. I look to the back of the room and I see we have some future teachers in the room. Teaching is the most noble of work, and we are so very thankful that we have a group of students here from high schools that are interested in the teaching profession, are taking courses in how to become a teacher. And so I just wanted to take a moment, Mr. Castile, briefly, and recognize that group and ask that if you would join me in a round of applause for these future teachers.
It is indeed a noble profession, and welcome and thank you for coming and your interest in the profession. The request that we take item 3.3 out of order in first. There's lots of interest in that item, and folks are here to offer perhaps some testimony. So if I could get a motion, Dr. Davis, seconded by Ms. Holloway. Any objections to the motion? All right, that's it. Item 3.3.
Your first item is on page 29, item 3.3, consideration of the legislative auditor report regarding the LGE complaint process regarding students with disabilities receiving special education services. The recommendation is to receive the report and refer the report to the Special Education Advisory Council for its next scheduled meeting.
All right, there is a motion to receive by Mr. Mellor and seconded by Dr. Davis. I suspect there's lots of comment, but I see we have a presentation as well.
Yes, sir. I'll go ahead and get started. First of all, this is a very important matter. We, as the state of Louisiana, certainly want to do better by our students with exceptionalities, students with disabilities, as well as providing greater access to families to get the support that they might need. I don't know, about a year ago or so, we recognized in some conversations with parents that there were some frustrations with the dispute resolution process, which is essentially a process that if a parent feels like they have not been served well or has a particular complaint with the school system where their child is enrolled, they have the ability to notify the state to try to seek resolution for that particular issue. And so we learned about some frustrations with that process that had been in place for over a decade, as well as the staff overseeing that particular process. And so I made the decision, after having some conversations with some parents, to commission an external study to look at dispute resolution processes, which is housed in the legal office at the department. Wanted to have someone from outside the agency look at the process, make recommendations, and tell us ways where they thought that we could improve. So we commissioned that particular study, and a little while later, the Louisiana Legislative Auditor, based on a request, began an examination of the process as well. And so for many months, we worked alongside the LLA. We're thankful to do so. And they ultimately issued a report with a set of recommendations that the department could implement to make the process better and stronger and more effective. And so, you know, when we responded to them, we indicated that we agreed with their recommendations and that we wanted to be a part of improving this particular process for families that have been in place for quite some time. We have already taken some steps to improve the process, but still there are more steps that can be taken. And so what we wanted to do is just share with you all this morning the suggestions from the LLA on how we can make this particular process better and share out some of the next steps. I have with you to make a very brief presentation Meredith Jordan, who is our Executive Director of Diverse Learners, plus Joan Hunt as legal counsel, because dispute resolution essentially falls within her office. So, Meredith, if you want to go ahead and get started.
Sure. Absolutely.
Good morning. Meredith Jordan, Executive Director for Diverse Learners.
I'll also have alongside me, as Dr. Brumley mentioned, Joan Hunt, our executive counsel, and we also have Ms. Angela Randall, who leads our statewide monitoring work. For the past several months, as Dr. Brumley mentioned, the Legislative Auditor's Office has conducted an audit on our state's special education oversight. The report that you all have received a copy of and that we'll preview today was released on September the 25th and is specific to our formal complaint process. This means that the auditors analyzed and made recommendations on how we operate with regard to handling complaints for our students with disabilities. So in today's presentation, we'll share those results with you. We will talk through some actions that the department has already taken and some actions, some future actions that we still plan to take. So the auditors did not cite any federal or state violations or findings, but rather they made some summaries and then made some 9 recommendations for us to improve this process. All of our current and our future actions seek to address these concerns, all in an effort to improve the way that we support our parents and our families, our complainants, on the behalf of our students with disabilities. Our state complaint procedure is an important procedural safeguard required by IDEA. It gives those individuals and those organizations that mechanism through which they can submit to us their concerns and resolve their disputes with their local LEAs. So we'll provide a brief background and then we'll come through those 9 recommendations and our action steps. Louisiana and all other states, dispute resolution processes have evolved over the years since the inception of IDEA, and each time that it was reauthorized, some of these requirements were updated. So we seek to align with those resolution requirements that are outlined in federal law. Based on feedback from our parents, stakeholders, we commissioned an independent review that Dr. Brumley just mentioned back in October of 2022 to determine ways in which we can improve and better serve our parents and our families. The auditor also conducted this performance audit via this current report and included 9 suggestions. To establish just a bit of background, the department is responsible for receiving formal written signed complaints as a requirement of IDEA. We are also required to administer additional dispute resolution options, and we also administer some options above and beyond the federal requirements. Those were also mentioned in the report that you have. This particular slide just summarizes and pulls out those 9 recommendations. So they suggested that the department ensure that all emails are responded to, submitted to our dispute resolution inbox, that we comprehensively track information on dispute resolution, including additional details. Those details are included within bullet 1 here, and share that information across our program and monitoring teams so that we can also identify additional supports on our team and through monitoring for items flagged through complaints. They suggested developing a process to allow formal complaint to begin over the phone, and also to ensure that our call center provides appropriate assistance to our parents who are calling the call center asking about formal complaints. The auditors also suggested posting forms in other languages on our dispute resolution webpage. They suggested that the department contact the complainant when it receives a complaint and not dismiss that complaint for a lack of information. And while not required by federal law, the department, they suggested the department consider posting our formal complaint results on our website. The department should also consider ways to increase outreach, including posting our Families Help with Families, contact information directly on our dispute resolution webpage, and post a list of all informal complaint representatives for each LEA to increase transparency and easier contact to try to solve dispute within their own, within the LEA. Several actions have already been taken, including those listed here: hiring a new special education attorney responsible for dispute resolution, creating a special education ombudsman to support parents. The department has also provided training to our call center staff back in August, and we have added dispute resolution forms in Spanish to our website, and we have more languages coming as we work with our contractor. Our Families Helping Families and our Parent Training Information Center contact information has also been directly added to our dispute resolution page, and we also added a comparison chart for families on those dispute resolution options as well. Some additional steps to continue addressing the auditor's suggestions. We still have some things remaining to do. The department is adding an additional complaint investigator. We are adding accessible versions of our dispute resolution forms that can also be accessed via a screen reader for individuals who are blind or visually impaired. Redacted formal complaints will be posted beginning this school year. A list of our LEA informal complaint representatives will also be posted to our dispute resolution page. We're also going to add additional special education training provided statewide to all special education administrators, teams, just to increase knowledge and awareness. We also have special masters that we will utilize to provide some additional oversight within our LEAs. We will put some processes into place to follow up with unsigned complaints, and our special education ombudsman will be critical in that process to really walk parents through that. And we'll update our tracking system and our complaint information that's shared across program and monitoring teams to include some of those other suggested tracking ideas from the auditor's report. And we're thankful for the feedback on our complaint process. The work has been done, the work that's been done by the auditors. We're committed to improving and ensuring that our families get the responses and get the help that they need to help navigate their concerns. So we're happy to answer any questions that you have around the audit the best that we can.
Yeah, we have board members who would like to make comments or ask questions, and then we'll take public comments. Mr. Morris?
So, Jordan, thank you for the summary. So previously, we talked about developing KPIs in this space, and I know one of the things I recall was there was concern previously about the idea of running carryover was not being used in the current year, and you guys are going to develop a KPI with that. So these 9 follow-up items, do you guys plan to develop KPIs with those as well? I see on the calendar it's going to be presented next. You guys plan to come back in April with the KPI report in this, with this area?
We do have federal KPIs and federal indicators and targets that we do report around some of our dispute resolution data required by federal law, and so we can add those in and bring those and do a regular update and add those to our KPI report. So we report on mediation sessions. We also report on for the U.S. Department of Ed on our resolution sessions. So they are very much in preference of resolving any complaints and issues with parents, disputes between parents and LEAs through that early resolution. And so they ask that we report that. So those are certainly KPIs that we can come back and include.
So my specific interest is follow up on the audit item, make sure that the audit item is followed up on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Tone?
Thank you. Thank you, Meredith. I appreciate the next steps, very positive of the next steps. But what I have to say is the disappointment in receiving these next steps at this time, at this hour, when we knew a couple of years ago that there were issues and concerns, and the suggestion that I made about having someone in the department, Dr. Loney, to lead this area, the special needs area, in which we didn't have, because of the experience and the knowledge of that I had years ago with our SPED department from the State Department that followed through with monitoring and compliance. And so here we are with the legislative audit, and I just feel that if we would have been proactive on that onset 2 years ago, knowing what we know now, this would not lead to where we are, plus waiting for another couple of audits from what I'm understanding. So I just had to make that known, and thank you for those next steps. And even though there's a playbook, that doesn't suffice the concerns that we have at this time with the complaints, the issues, etc. I would also make a suggestion about families, helping families, that somewhere in the budget, if we're asking families helping families, this agency or agencies across the state to help support, and the budget, and I happened to be there a few years back when the budget was declined for this group, Dr. Rum, if there's any way that we can seek out support financially in the budget to support this group that you're asking to help parents, and it's so needed.
Thank you, Ms. Holloway. Dr. Roberts.
Just one comment about families helping families. A few years ago, when I was new to this work, stepped in and there was an attempt to dissolve the contracting with families helping families as a provider in the state. And so we said, no, let's not do that. Let's continue to fund that at this particular time. So I think there are additional opportunities to think about the best way to support families in the field. So I appreciate you raising that. One of the items that Meredith mentioned that I think is worthy of calling out is the dispute resolution email is an email that has been answered by one particular individual, which is our SPED attorney. That person has been in that role for a long time. That person is no longer in that role, and we were able to hire a new special ed attorney with a great deal of experience. And so I just wanted to acknowledge Ty Maneri. Ty Waivers, who Ty has a lot of SPED experience, and so he will be working in the legal office now as the new SPED attorney responsible for that particular process alongside Ms. Hunt.
Yes, thank you. And if I may add, in regards to family helping families that happened before your appointment, Dr. Bromley, and I was serving as the seat chair as Dr. Davis is serving at this moment. And I remember when the previous administration shaking your head, and like I was in awe about removing dollars from a support service for our SPED families. And so here we are. I'm asking that we really consider looking at that particular area. Or Davis, you know more now that you're serving as the chair about how to serve and help support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holloway. There are no more comments or questions from the board. We do have several public comment cards. And I ask for those who would like to speak, I'll call your name. If you can get 3 to come to the table, if we can get 4 to come to the table, and then the next 4 seated right behind them, we can move through the process a little quicker. We have Eileen Jorgensen, would like to provide information and wishes to speak. We have Catherine Hart, who would like to provide information and wishes to speak. We have Karen Tansen, would like to provide information, wishes to speak. We have Kathleen Camino, would like to provide information and wishes to speak. And the next 4 are Jody Rollins, would like to provide information and wishes to speak. Mary Patricia Gray would like to provide information and wishes to speak. And then Stacy Fidel, same thing, would like to provide information. Does not wish to speak, so we'll note that. And then have come up next, Dr. Mary Elizabeth Christian supports the recommendation and wishes to speak. Because we have only 1 more, I'll just have that person come up so that they can be ready. Christy Hogan would like to provide information and wishes to speak. So the process is, we'd like for you to state your name, and if you represent an organization, identify that organization, and you have, depending on your role, 3 minutes, perhaps 5 minutes to speak. You may.
My name is Kathleen Canino. My name is Kathleen Canino, and I'm from Covington, Louisiana. I had some handouts that I will explain at the end, but the results of the audit should have come as no surprise, and the audit that Meredith described must have been a very different audit than what I have read and what I have experienced. And the reason that the legislative auditors looked at this was because of Ms. Jody Rollins back there, and I, but mostly her, spoke to our legislators who asked for it. And I just want to read a part of it. It said that specifically, LDOE received an additional 42 emails through its dispute resolution email, but did not investigate these allegations. LDOE responded to 21.4% of these emails, did not respond to 31% of these emails, and could not provide evidence of how they responded to 20%, 47.6% of these emails. The allegations in the emails included IEPs not being followed, services denied, discipline procedures, and behavior plans not being followed. These allegations were similar to other allegations that were accepted by LDOE. So to say that this was, the auditors found no FAPE denial, I would say is inaccurate. You don't know on half of them if you did. But in a majority of them, I assure you, there were FAPE denials. So the audit is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to shining a light on the lack of oversight and enforcement of the State Department of Education for special education. We do not have a special education department. Why not? These kids deserve more. They deserve to be educated. They do not deserve to be put in front of a board and taught by a para. They deserve their own teacher. So had this oversight been done, it is y'all's job to oversee the superintendent, correct? So y'all need to ensure that he is making sure that our kids are being taught and that the department is being run as it should, and these dispute resolution is working, because in 2019, I submitted a complaint for my son who was being abused and mistreated as a FAPE denial, and they would not even accept it. And had it been accepted, maybe that teacher would not have her license today, but she still does. Much like that sex offender license I just handed you, who still has her license, and she was convicted in 2017. And the victim of that person asked me to hand those to you today, and that person was convicted in 2017. So obviously we have a big problem with oversight and enforcement. So I ask y'all to consider that, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Karen Tansen. I'm a mother of 2 children with autism in Prairieville, Louisiana. And on November 1st, 2019, my then 8-year-old son was abused in public school, in an Ascension Parish public school, by 4 educators who he was supposed to be able to trust. I know the abuse happened because I witnessed it with my own 2 eyes when they called me to come pick him up. I complained to the school, I complained to the school board, I complained to the sheriff. Nobody informed me of the proper channels to complain about abuse that I witnessed with my own 2 eyes. And what happened as a result of that is that the 4 women who abused my 8-year-old son, who weighed maybe 40 pounds, soaking wet at the time, are still employed at the school. They have access to hundreds of children every day, and they are free to abuse again. So while I appreciate these next steps that we're getting, they are very disappointing to see that even the most basic processes of what should be done when a parent like me is trying to report confirmed abuse, that we're not even answering our emails. Like, these are basic steps. I'm not here because I'm angry. I'm not here because I want justice or vengeance. Vengeance is the Lord's. what I do want is for my children to be valued. Because we live in a state that we say we're the most pro-life state in the country. But my children who have autism and special needs aren't valued by the public school system right now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Eileen Jorgensen. My youngest daughter has Down syndrome. And I'm here to talk about just one of the situations that we've been in. And all I can conclude from what a witness is that it's the school system intention to silence the parents and to make it cumbersome and difficult as much as possible. They're not really looking to solve the problem, they're trying to get it quiet as quickly as possible. For my daughter, I requested an evaluation. When the evaluation was done, they would not give me a copy of their report before the meeting. They said it was their practice and that's the way it was done. I said I was not coming to the meeting until we had a copy of the report so my husband and I could go over it beforehand. The school lied to me and told me to come to the school to pick it up. I went to their meeting in my sweatpants like I was just picking up the report. And when I got there, there was a full IEP meeting waiting for me. I was like, there is no meeting today. I'm just here to get the report. They said, no, it's a meeting. So frustrated, I sat there, even though my husband was furious at me and keep me sit there without him there. I said, I'm going to sit through the meeting. I have an appointment in an hour. If you can get through it, and I want my report. So they started reading the report, reading all her results, all these numbers. I said, can I get a copy of the report so I can look at the chart that y'all are reading? Karen Becknell denied me again in the meeting, would not give me a copy of the report. My friend, my advocate, filed a state complaint about this, how they would not give me my report, my information about my child. The state changed her, she filled it out because it wasn't just about my child. It was a systematic practice that the schools followed. That it wasn't just denying me, they said this is our practice. We do not give the report until the meeting is done. They said it's not officially done until the meeting is done. So my advocate filed a complaint about all children, because I'm sure this is done across the board, not just mine, that the reports are not given out for the parents to review, to prepare, to be able to talk about their child with knowledge before the meeting. The State Department changed the report. They made it from formal to informal without contacting either one of us. They also changed it from being a systematic issue to just about my daughter. And then I eventually got the report, and then they just threw out the complaint. So I'm sure nothing was resolved, nothing was done to fix the process. They just silenced it, and they fixed it for me so that, you know, my complaint was done. But it's still an issue, and I'm sure it's still happening today. And Karen Becknell refused me several times with my report.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
My name is Catherine Hart. I'm the parent of a child with disabilities in East Baton Rouge Parish. I'm here today with my father, the Honorable Judge Bob Downing, who's retired from 25 years on the District and Court of Appeals. He's the parent of a child with disabilities, well, now an adult with disabilities. My husband is also an attorney, and I'm a member of the Council of Parent and Attorney Advocates. And that may sound like a lot of privilege, but it didn't matter. I mean, we filed a state complaint because I filed it as a parent. We didn't file it as attorneys. And it was mismanaged to the point that we considered filing bar complaints against the investigator, who wasn't actually the Department of Education's special education attorney. She was a former Division of Administrative Law judge, which calls into question the impartiality of our Division of Administrative Law, who hears our due process hearings. One of the things that happened recently, the legislative auditor was not the only one to look at our complaint process. The Council of Parent and Attorney Advocates also released their results about 2 days later. And Louisiana was the only state in the bottom decile on all 4 metrics for the complaint process. The Council of Parent and Attorney Advocates also recommended, and I would like the board to consider their recommendations, that there needs to be an appeal process for these formal complaints. There needs to be a neutral third party to handle complaints that are made against the Department of Education itself. And we need to track the number, nature, and the district for informal complaints to see if there are trends of noncompliance. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Farr. I hope your husband is doing well. Tell him I said hello. Judge Bob Downey, welcome. It's good to see you. Hope you're enjoying retirement. And thank you for your service, sir.
I hate retirement.
I am not surprised you would say that.
But I know you well, President, and I know my president will not enter your mind at all when you make it.
Thank you, sir. Again, we'll start on my right, please.
Good morning. I am Mary Elizabeth Christian. I'm a retired surgeon and a resident of East Baton Rouge Parish. I said the last time I was here, 15 years ago, I would never darken these doors again. I was here because the complaint process for the state for violation of free and appropriate education had failed our
Could you
child.
pull the microphone just a little bit closer to you?
I was here at that time because the complaint process had failed. And yet today I'm here because the audit shows even years and years later that the complaint process is no more efficient and it is no more family friendly. And in fact, the attorneys for the Bessie, for the department, and for East Baton Rouge Parish in which I reside, use the complaint process to exhaust options in order to say that due process timelines have not been met. What I mean is the attorneys, one of whom you have hired from Hamlin and Sills, or the East Baton Rouge Parish, use the complaint process to draw out the investigation, to draw out the litigation, so that you can no longer follow the complaint process as outlined. It is complicated, and I believe it is complicated by nature. It is intended to be complicated, so by the time you reach federal court, the federal court judge will say to you, you cannot, this is not the appropriate jurisdiction, go back to due process. And then when you go to due process, they tell you you've exhausted the timeline for due process because you spent all this time asking the state to investigate the failure to follow the written IP. You've asked the state to investigate what the process has been. And so I think it is manipulative, in fact, in its design for parents. It is not simply complicated, it is intentionally manipulative to keep parents from being able to ask their schools to provide a safe and appropriate education. And so not only do you need to hold them to the process as designed in a tight timeline so that parents still can exercise their rights for due process and for federal court, you need to make sure that the process is outlined for the parents so they know if you go and allow them to do the 90 days of an investigation and then you go to due process and then you settle and then all of those things will be to the point where you no longer can exercise your rights in federal court. So I think this has gone on for so long. I mean, my daughter's 24 years old. This is not a new problem. So when you ask the department to take these next steps, which I do endorse, these are good steps, you, both the superintendent and Bessie, should have tight timelines for compliance with these recommendations. They should not just be out there in the air as a hope. They should be something that they are held to on a regular basis to report to this committee and other committees within the department.
Thank you. Dr. Christian.
My name is Mary Patricia Ray. I'm the mom of 2 boys in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. They attend the Dufrock School. The United States Department of Education Office of Civil Rights is currently investigating my school district for the same complaints that I made to this department, to which I received no reply. And they have been recently investigated by this department for, not for special education violations, but for licensure violations for leaving my 3-year-old in his own feces on his hands, legs, buttocks, mouth, and face for almost an hour. The Department of Child and Family Services is investigating that, but you aren't. You recently received a Gebser letter from me informing you of nearly 3 years of horrific treatment, bullying, retaliation, and discrimination based on disability for both of my children now. My child's abusers are with them right Even as DCFS recognizes the facts I allege constitute child abuse, this agency has enabled and supported nearly 3 years of bullying and abuse of my children. I am one of the 42 in the audit. The U.S. Department of Education took me seriously and issued the first ever Office of Civil Rights investigation of my school district for this type of abuse and discrimination, but this department took no action, couldn't even be bothered to reply. Dispute resolution is not just about a dispute process. For many parents here today, it is about life and death. When we report to you that our school districts are not providing the medical care our children need in our school, it's life and death. When we report to you that our children are being abused and left in unhealthy, unsanitary conditions, it is life and death. A call center, as suggested by the auditor, is a way to eliminate a written record that we made complaints in the first place. This department has had more than 2 decades of not responding to these complaints, and it is time for you, as Bessie members, to step up and say, hey, this department isn't getting it right. You need to ask the Attorney General of this state to take over the oversight of not just dispute resolution, but a lot of aspects of what the department is doing for at least 3 years. Get it in order and consider turning it back over. There's no rule promulgation to go with the suggestions and the bullet points. So once again, a framework that no one has to follow with no consequences when they don't follow it. It's a joke and it's insulting. It's my understanding that the person in charge of this dispute process for the period the audit covers went on to work for the school district, for the law firm that's defending my school district, leaving my 3-year-old in his own feces and sending him home with rat trap glue on his body. I bring that up because if that is true, that's where that person ended up. It's very clear what the interest at the heart of the dispute resolution department has been for some time, and it wasn't the interest of protecting children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Christine Hogan. I'm from St. Charles Parish. I am here today because I'm also one of the parents that emailed a formal complaint process for my autistic son. And this is the second one. The process is very hard as I call myself a regular parent. And it is hard to process, to go through it yourself without any guidance. And even from our beloved St. Charles Parish schools, they're not giving guidance to help me. I recently filed a formal complaint, August 28th, 2023, and I have not received a confirmation email from DOE. And it is because my son received bruises on his neck from the principal and the SRO, and because they weren't following his bill. He had a meltdown over technology not working. And his BIP is very detailed, so they did not follow the BIP. They thought it was best to restrain him and handcuff him, send him to the ER for suicide ideations, which is not correct. He was having an emotional trying to, and I apologize, no church. Yes, he was trying to communicate. And nothing happened, except 3 incidents later, my son has been expelled for terrorism. And we've been going through the process since last October. He is not in a regular, he is not in regular school. They've been having him board where he has to virtually learn, which he cannot virtually learn by himself. No teacher has been coming here to our home to help educate him. He is supposed to do it on his own. And that is not according to his bill. He is not an independent learner to be able to do this. Sadly, I had to contact Loyola Law Clinic in New Orleans to help me with this case, because also the MDR it wasn't his disability. So as of tomorrow, we're following due process against this, because it is not fair to him to have to go this long without his education and without his services and falling further behind
me and another advocate, Kathleen Canino. I'm also a Bessie candidate. And the reason I'm running for Bessie is Mr. Morris in a private meeting told me that competition makes people better. And I want to make y'all better. I don't think I can win. I never did from the beginning, and I don't know that I want to win. Because I don't know that I want to associate with what I've seen over the last year and a half. Bessie has one of the most important jobs you have is to hire one man or one woman that's going to make sure that our children are educated and they're safe. And Kate Brumley has not done that. I want to clear something up also. Ms. Jordan said y'all had an independent study done. That was triggered after the audit we triggered. When Dr. Brumley and his staff knew they may be held accountable because you guys haven't done that for us. A lot of you on this Bessie board knew that our parents had no rights in these schools, that their rights as American citizens were being blocked by their local school districts. When I reached out to Bessie and said, what do you do if you don't agree with the LDOE? Shan Davis responded, go to your local school board. That is nonsense. At no point did she say go to the U.S. Department of Education, but guess what? We are, and we have been. Dr. Brumley has failed our children with disabilities. Whether or not you guys don't care about them because they don't make up a large percentage of your voters, we care. Mr. Garvey, in an email to me, told me we only had 4 real mechanisms of enforcement here. And one of those was to seek out to be public about our local school boards. But we're not going to do that, you guys. We're going to be public about you and your failures to hold Dr. Brumley accountable for what is happening to our children in these schools. That is one of your main jobs. Why haven't you done it? I feel like this report that y'all prepared is to allude that you somehow got rid of the attorney. My understanding is he retired. The ombudsman, the special masters, all of that he got from Kathleen Canino and I. Those are not things that Dr. Brumley came up with on his own. That has been our hard work, our efforts. When I first approached Dr. Brumley at the Capitol, I was excited to meet you. I want you to know. Because I thought that you would see what happened to Kathleen's son, and you would do something. And you wouldn't even look at his picture. Because he doesn't matter to you. That is the message that she was sent. And I didn't believe in you, and I still don't. But I believed in her. And all the parents like us that are here today. You have to go. You guys have to make sure that happens because he has failed our children and you have done nothing about it. And no, I don't think I will get on Bessie. I don't think I'll win, but I think I've made you better, Mr. Morris. And I hope I've made all of you better. We have, the parents, because we are not in charge. You guys are. What are you going to do about it? Look at her. Is this okay with you? Because it's not okay with me, and it should not be okay with you. You are elected to represent all children, all of their families. Please do your jobs.
Thank you, Ms. Rollins. Next up, we have Chris Rowe, who would like to provide information and wishes to speak. Mary Jacobs supports the recommendation and wishes to speak. While they are coming up, I'll also note for the record that Chrissy Curtis is here to provide information but does not wish to speak. Nicole Flores, likewise, is here, available to provide information but does not wish to speak. Then we have Julie Como, who would like to provide information but did not indicate whether she would like to speak or not. Yeah, but she is here and would like to speak. So I have 3 speakers coming up. Ms. Como, feel free to come to the table. All right, Who would like to go first?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Chris Rowe.
Who up just a little closer?
My name is Chris Rowe. I'm a parent of 2 students with a range of learning disabilities who attend public charter schools in New Orleans. I'm here today both as a parent but also with the Council of Parent Attorneys and Advocates. I serve as the Director of State Policy. And as you heard, we just issued a major national report on this very topic. It came out almost the exact same time as the auditor's report did. First of all, just a little bit about my experience as a parent. I have had experience, direct experience with the state complaint process here. When we filed the complaint, our son was being restrained and secluded multiple times as a kindergartner. He was not having access to his education. That complaint essentially went into black hole. We never heard from him ever again about the complaint. Later heard that our attorneys at our school had directed the school not to cooperate with the investigation. So it was just dropped. So that's one of our experiences with the state complaint process. The report that I'm going to talk a little bit about, as I mentioned, we just spent over a year conducting this investigation. It's a national report. It does largely confirm the findings by your auditor here. However, it goes into greater detail about the state complaint process. And also, we looked at the national data that's collected by the federal government about state complaints. As one of the previous speakers mentioned, we did comparative analysis to see where Louisiana and all the other states rank in terms of how they handle the complaints. Louisiana was in the bottom 10% in every metric we looked at. It was the only state among all 50 in the District of Columbia that was in the bottom in every single metric that we explored. One of the things that we also did was we conducted a survey. I should just explain a little bit about COPA. We're a national organization, but we have members in every state, including here in Louisiana. We fight on behalf of the civil and legal rights of students with disabilities. Our survey that we conducted looked at the process from the parents' view. We found deep skepticism and distrust of the system. 2 in 3 parents felt that filing a complaint was a complete waste of time. According to one parent, she felt it was like the fox guarding the hen house. In addition, 40% of parents that we surveyed were afraid of retaliation by their school if they use the state complaint process. And most troubling to me was the fact that what happened after the complaints were filed. The investigators did a great job here of actually looking at the behind-the-scenes process and how that's failing students and parents here. We asked parents, once the complaints were filed and investigated, what happened. We found that approximately half of those complaints that were investigated and found the schools to be non-compliant, and the schools never implemented those corrective actions. So even though the parents had findings of non-compliance, the schools actually failed to implement those findings. So I have the full report here. I'm happy to share it with anybody that would like to see it. It does have a very extensive set of recommendations for states and schools. Thank you.
Would you provide a copy of that to Ms. Davis so that she can circulate a copy to all of us, please? Thank you, sir. Is the green light on?
Yes.
All right, let's go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Mary Jacob. I'm the Executive Director of Families Open Families of Greater New Orleans and the Louisiana Parent Training Information Center, which is the only federally funded parent training information center by OSEP under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. 3 years ago, when Dr. Bromley was appointed, probably next to him, I was the happiest person probably in the state. I was thrilled. We had a relationship with Jefferson Parish, and I had really high expectations. One of the things I brought to his attention was some of the problems we had with the complaint management system up here and the ongoing problems. We actually, it was during the pandemic, we actually sat outside on the steps out there talking about it a little while. And he asked for some recommendations, and my recommendation was, well, you need to get rid of who's in there now and get some new people. But 3 years have gone by, and I waited very patiently, and I have found in the last couple of weeks especially that there's several things I've been lied to about by staff members. And, you know, all the faith that I had put in you at one point in time, I think has blown out the window. And it makes me wonder if I've been lied to and just strung along for 3 years now. But anyway, I want to be clear that nothing in this report should be earth-shattering to anybody. This is stuff we've been complaining about, myself, probably Chris, and lots of parents in here, for at least 3 years, but I can tell you for me for a decade now, because it started with the John White regime when he got here, that we just started ignoring a lot of the complaint stuff. So nothing in this report really is new. It's stuff that we've been complaining about. Yet, until an audit is done, we're ignored. Nobody wants to talk about it. They act like we're just crazy parents that don't know what we're talking about, but nobody will do anything. Or be doing it behind the scenes and not telling us, which that to me is a transparency problem, that you need to at least tell the people that's complaining that we are working on the problem. But I don't personally think anything's been done through this, and I totally believe that if this audit wasn't done, we still wouldn't be talking about this problem. But I want to make sure we understand that this audit is really only a symptom of the real problem. And the real problem is out in the store, in all the districts we have around the state, the boots on the ground people. And I'm gonna be real transparent here. I'm not a big fan of DMG or K-12 group and Nathan Levinson in that group, but you paid $1.8 million, it looks like, for his advice. So hopefully somebody's taking that advice. But two of the things he says in that advice is that the school system people on the ground levels, teachers, principals, superintendents even, don't know what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, I can quote them in here where it says that teachers, school leaders, and district administrators are uncertain how best to serve diverse learners and are looking to LDOE to provide clear, concrete direction. They express that they need much more and robust technical assistance than what is currently being provided to them. What they're getting right now is insufficient. I know people hate when I go back to 10 years ago, because I've been doing this for 28 years, that there was 100 people up there in special ed departments. And I tell you, when there was 100 people up there, we knew who to call. They answered the phone, they had an email that answered. We didn't have all these bogus info act type emails that when they respond to you, they won't even put their name on the line, so you really don't know who you're still talking to. We've got to do better, guys. I mean, the most vulnerable kids that y'all are responsible for are getting treated like crap, and that's not fair to them. I mean, we have kids that, you know, some of the most courageous stuff is the ones that are being hurt, that's being locked up, that's being, you know, with seclusion and restraints, but also the ones that are there that go to school every day because they just want to learn. I mean, we got crisis in this state. Y'all are reading, and I know everybody got to know that. But yet we have educators that are saying we don't know how to educate kids. That's a problem. And I don't know how we get beyond that point.
Yeah, your time's up. I hate to interrupt you. I know you're on a roll.
Yes, I am on a roll.
5 seconds.
I was just going to say that y'all got to figure out this infrastructure and how to fix it, because it's a broken system that's got to be fixed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
My name is Julie Como. I am Louisiana Education Parent Mentor for the Tuberous Sclerosis Alliance. I've served as a parent on the Advisory Council for Student Behavior and Discipline from 2016 to 2018. I have lived most of my life in Iberia Parish and currently reside in Lafayette. I have dedicated over 100 voluntary hours to my expertise of educational rights under Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and Rehabilitation Act of 1973, Section 504. I did this because my child had invisible disabilities with challenging behaviors. Instead of providing one-on-one para-needed, and he continues to need this at 23 years old, one-on-one support, couldn't get it in school for nothing. I had a school that insisted my son used seizures to manipulate them. A family member or myself would arrive on campus on more than one occasion to get away with the hand, he's over there. We would find him under a table having a seizure unattended. I pleaded for a year with the school to access the free training resources available to them through the Tuberous Sclerosis Alliance and Epilepsy Foundation. My son was made to feel like he was an inconvenience and a burden. In November 2014, I walked into the school to find him unconscious on the floor. The information my son gave did not match the information administrators were declaring.
In time, I found that he was restrained by individuals who were not up to date on CPS training. This school never intended to report, as required by law, to me or the state of Louisiana this use of restraint. I had to request this report in writing to get this information. It should not have been necessary. In December 2014, just 1 month later, I filed due process to get staff training. This should not have been necessary. Training, along with monitoring, is part of the promise this state makes to the U.S. Department of Education in exchange for the funding it receives for IDEA. In January 2017, I filed a systemic state complaint that included statements from parents and individuals with disabilities and gifted and talented students. I declared at that time that Louisiana violated parent procedural safeguards by dismissing complaints without investigation, and the process was exceptionally confrontational and often resulted in retaliation. In the years leading up to and following 2017, parents in Iberia Parish experienced the use of police officers, child protective services, and young children with nonverbal autism were referred to FINS instead of having their needs met in the school system. I am here today telling you this history because I want it to be known the issues identified in this audit are not new. These challenges have been present for at least a decade for me and the parents I continue to support. My son is still recovering his mental health, and I am still recovering my physical health from this experience. These events, these processes follow the individual and the families for years. If we cannot implement the expectation that Louisiana Department of Education will be doing on-site monitoring of special education, then the promises made to the U.S. Department of Ed are as empty as the integrity of the self-reported data collected in this state. I don't want to be sitting at this table like this in 2, 6, 10 years from now, having the same conversation.
Thank you, Ms. I'll note for the record and check that we received your report. Thank you. All right. I don't have any additional comment cards at this time. Any comments or questions from the board? Ms. Holloway.
Excuse me, thank you. Thank you, parents, educators, whomever spoke today. It's the first time I met you, heard from you. I appreciate the concerns, the comments. I take this extremely serious, not only because of my background, my experience, but because we as educators, Bessie Board, should be focused on the children as you are. Mary Jacobs, you sent us an email with your perspective. I appreciate that. I read where you are. Thank you. I read your response to the audit. Mr. Rowe, thank you. We just received your packet, and I appreciate that, along with all of you who have made these comments. And knowing a couple of years ago, as I've stated, or even beyond that we had issues with my request to set up a SPED department, and we're just in the stage of doing that, and I'm disappointed in that because we should not be at this predicament because of what I know and should be done. I do want to make this comment about the Bessie Board, and I think it was stronger said by Ms. Rollins, and I have not met you. It's the first time I see you. But I do want to clarify something you stated, and your statements were very strong, very caring, passionate, and I have to say, without knowing the evidence, that I take those seriously, but there was a statement about the Bessie members. I do want it known that there were some Bessie members that knew the severity of what was happening, and I'm going to also state this, there were some of us that had no idea that there were major concerns until the audit was coming forward. And when the audit came forward, it was to my surprise that there were conversations being had about the seriousness. And this was evidently happening for the last few months, that we were not keeping.
Years.
This has been happening.
Why didn't they tell
Okay,
you?
one moment, I'm sorry. I'm not sure, but I do know that there were some issues a couple of years ago when I realized that there were some concerns and made that comment about, hey, we need to really look at the SPED department and see what we could do, especially for the monitoring and the compliance issues that we were having. I am going to say that we have 20,000 special needs students in this state, and to have one person monitoring, or whoever it may be, I don't know if that's going to be enough to suffice to answer the call for the legislative audit, and no telling what's going to happen for the next year we get. I'm asking that, Dr. Brown, that we as a board receive the infrastructure of the spreadsheet. The first thing I was thinking of is spreadsheet. What does this department look like, or will look like moving forward? And I'd like to see that in December. This is ASAP. We need to move on this. I'm taking this serious, that we have a lot of concerns, especially now that the U.S. Department has stepped in. Who's going to be responsible? What are their duties? And to say you're going to have one person, this is not going to be enough. I don't know how you're going to restructure this area. Because of timelines and compliance, what does it look like? And so take note of this, that we're very interested in some type of infrastructure within our SPED department.
Thank you, Ms. Hallway. Dr. Davis.
Okay, so I'm open to suggestions about how to make this motion work better and more effectively, but I think that what I would like to do is to make a motion that the department come up with policy recommendations to implement the changes proposed in the legislative auditor report, as well as the report by, and I'm going to get this name wrong, the Council of Attorney and Parent Advocates. So that they come up with policy recommendations to implement the changes by both of those groups, and that those policy changes be presented to SEEP in November in time for it to come back to this board in December. So getting to the urgency that Ms. Holloway has suggested, and that also part of what goes to SEEP would be the infrastructure plan around the special education services inside the department. I would also like it to include a 10-year employee count dedicated to, the employees we have dedicated to auditing IEP compliance across the state, as well as a plan to try to figure out how to make the IEP process easier for parents to use, keeping in mind that the average parent in Louisiana has only a high school diploma. As the aunt and guardian of a child who has an IEP, I find the process incredibly confusing, and I have trouble knowing what my own rights are and how to advocate to the best interest of my nephew. So I would like to make that motion, and I'm open to any kind of clarifying that needs to be done.
One point of clarification, maybe, Dr. Davis, is that we need to fund this. Obviously, there aren't enough resources that are being put into this department. We need to ensure that happens. All right, there's a motion, there is a second to that motion. Mr. Morris?
Yeah, Dr. Davis, I had mentioned earlier my interest in expanding the KPIs of students in this board by the department. So I wondered if you would consider, as chair of the C committee, that C would develop a set of metrics that it would be recommended would be appropriate stewardship back to this board, so that you have got a complete set of KPIs and we get regular stewardship. I think we're going to hear a presentation from the department shortly with regard to what that annual calendar is like. Right now, it's scheduled for April and I think March every year. We get a report twice a year. So I'd like to get the recommendation from the C committee on what those specific KPIs should look like.
Yep.
Ms. Howard?
I don't know if it's appropriate, but I am very interested in knowing that these individuals, whoever they may be, that's within this department, are certified special ed individuals. And it's Mayor, that's nothing against you, because I don't know your certification or anything, but it's urgent that we have someone that understands local, state, and federal laws. And I'll just.
All right. Dr. Wilkie?
Thank you. Just an immediate comment relative to the piece about funding. This is a place where we're gonna have to figure out what can come off the table relative to the department. So when we look at this issue, it's incredibly complex, right? So the parents who are responsible are raising children who learn differently and whose brains work differently. Like, they don't get a handbook with it. They have to figure it out as they go. It's extremely difficult work. The educators who do the work is unique based on each child, right? Each child has an individual education plan, so that's an incredibly unique process for each child to have a different plan. And it's complicated by the federal laws related to it, right? So I think the part that I struggle most with the comments here is that on a daily basis, when I engage with educators, they're educators who want to serve kids well. And I hear in some of the comments that that's not how it's received or how it's manifested in some of your own experiences. And that is incredibly troubling, right? Like, that's not, I don't think that's the intention of any of the educators, right? Nobody decides that they're going to be an educator and then underserves a child. And so I think we have to, as a board, lead in this space. And we haven't prioritized it with our funding, and we haven't prioritized it with our work. But I do believe this is a place where we can make an incredible difference with the educators, who I think have great intentions, and the parents whose aspirations for their children are great aspirations. And so I think the state can play a role to help thread that needle to figure out how to provide services to students. And it's, similar to the personal piece that Dr. Davis shared about supporting her own nephew. I was on a call with a family friend who just figured out my role, and they are trying to seek support. And as long as I've been on this board and as much experience as I have in education, I don't have a clear path to tell them, right? And I think that's sad that we don't have more clarity in how to provide support, because while every child is unique, there's similarities in what good service looks like. And so I would just, I know, Ms. Holloway, that you'll be returning to the board, and we'll find out later this week who else might be returning to the board. And I know that you're going to champion this cause, and I would just offer a desire for us to figure out how we come together around the best interest of kids. Because what I hear here, right, like the combative approach, or you failed children, or they failed children, we're not really going to get anywhere like that. This is hard work until we all come to the table and say, I want to be good at this, but I'm struggling in this place. Until we acknowledge those things, I really don't see us moving forward. So I would encourage us to figure out, how do we come together in the best interest of children? And it seems as though there's a champion on the board moving forward. And not saying that you haven't championed it in the past, but I know there's more information now to work with. So.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Wilkie. Ms. Holloway and Ms. Ellis.
In addition, Dr. Wilkie, thank you, very well said. I would also like to ask for the IDEA budget, which is also federal dollars, to be presented at our December meeting, so we can look at those dollars. And also, I'm also aware that there are over 100, or within, let's say 100 employees that are paid out of IDEA or some type of federal funding to support special ed. And I'd also like to look at that particular list of individuals and what are their duties.
So we're going to take Ms. Holloway's comments as a request. We still have Dr. Davis's motion that we're commenting on.
And how do we blend all this together?
Correct.
The requests, the list, like.
Thank you, Ms. Holloway. Ms. Ellis.
I'm not adding to that, but I do want to speak to the parents in the room that showed up today. I'm a parent of a special needs child as well. I'm also an educator, and I've experienced this on both sides. The challenges of being an educator, seeing people not move the needle, not do good work for kids. I've seen that. As an administrator, as a fellow educator, as a parent, I've experienced that. I've experienced that in small ways, not to the extent you all have experienced it, but I've seen how challenging the process is. I think my request, or at least my comments here, are that there needs to be a place that you can come, that's the department, that can guide and assist. And we as educators, I will say, haven't had that guidance either, and I know parents haven't. So I appreciate you guys coming. Sometimes you gotta speak loud. Sometimes you gotta go to somewhere else to be heard, and that's what you guys have done. And we're concerned that we've had to go through that process, but here we are today having this hard conversation. And what we know is we all want to do what's right for kids. We've just got to find what is our department doing well, what do we need to fix, and how do we streamline this process to support you guys better. I know that as a parent and an educator, that has been somewhat of a broken system, and you guys know it for a while. So we need to have a really good conversation. We need to put together a really good plan. You need to put together a really good plan and bring it back to us for November and December so that we can have a better conversation and we can have a plan for this next Bessie board. It's doable. There was a time that we did have a person, and I know exactly what you're talking about people not, you don't even know who you're talking to. You can't get anyone on the phone. Those things have happened to me. So we hear you, and we'll keep working to solve this problem. Thank you for being brave. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for pushing beyond us because you had to, because this is important for kids.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Wilshire.
You know, and I too come from this is a very, very complicated issue. I run a school system as well, and I have family members with children with special needs. So these are just gut-wrenching decisions. These are daily issues that we deal with from both sides of the spectrum. And if we're ever going to make progress, we have got to get together on this. And it's got to be a collaborative effort to make things better. The thing I totally agree, you know, Dr. Goldman's comments, I'm not going to repeat them, but I totally agree with them. And what y'all are saying in terms of, and I think the state may have said this, we used to have the department have people, everybody could go. We knew who they were, we could call them, we could speak with them, parents could, and so could educators and district administrators. Now there's nobody. You cannot get to people who actually are trained, who know what they're doing, and get that one-on-one daily assistance to mitigate some of these situations and to come to some consensus as to what is the best pathway for children. And we are having more and more of our children who are being identified with disabilities, more of our children who have special needs, who have IEPs. We have a whole other group of children who are on 504 plans, which operate somewhat differently, but they're all of our kids. And they're in classrooms, some of them are included, some of them are in self-contained settings. We try to work out the best way for each and every child. And as everyone is saying, these are individual education plans. And it's very, very, very difficult to work through those in the best interest of that child. The resources need to be there. But as much as the monetary and people resources, we need the people. We need the people who are knowledgeable to begin to work with both the parents and the districts to form that consensus. Because as we take adversarial positions, the only people who really suffer in the long run are the kids. So we We have got to be able to get together in situations where we can talk with each other and work through the best plans that we have for the kids. And I do think, Dr. Brumley, here at the State Department, we have got to reinstitute resources that districts can access, as well as parents, and they have to be bases, people that you need and you can trust that would have the expertise needed to work with these. So I'd be very, and I know part of that is in Dr. Davis's motion in terms of restructuring. And I do think with the IDEA funding, that more of it needs to be concentrated on a more directed department of people dealing with children with special needs instead of spreading it out so much.
Ms. Bushed, it sounds like Dr. Davis's motion does cover the infrastructure part of it. Ms. Holloway's request for more information on IDEA funding might also cover that topic as well. This has obviously been very robust, rich conversation. I can't help but when I look out and see Mary Patricia Ray, I think of her advocacy and the fact that someone with her skill set still has difficulty navigating the system, that we have a lot of work to do because there are families and parents who are less skilled, and I can only imagine the challenges. So we all know that there's a lot of work to be done here with this board and hopefully the next board to come this following year. Davis, before we entertain the motion.
I also would like to know at the December meeting, and this will not be part of the motion because I don't want to violate student privacy, but we need to know what happened to the 42 unanswered emails that were identified by the legislative auditor, and that at our December Bessie meeting, I would like assurances from the department that all of those emails have been answered and the students and their parents funneled to the appropriate place in the dispute resolution process.
Thank you.
Mr. Grover, real quickly on that one item. There was a practice, Dr. Davis, that an unsigned email document, when it would come in, that it would be dismissed. And that was a process that's been in place for a long time. And I've directed legal staff that that's not the approach we're going to take anymore. When that happens, we will reach back out to try to ascertain that procedure. I don't know why it was that way. I don't know why. But evidently that was the approach that was taken, and we are going to, that's an easy change, so we'll change that. But that's why some of the emails weren't responded to.
Thank you, Dr. Brumley. Mr. Garber.
Yes. During this discussion, I've heard the word funding come up a bunch of times. So I wanted to point out, and I asked Superintendent Brumley to either add or correct me, add information or correct me when I'm wrong. But something that I learned in the last few months in meeting with the department and some of the mothers that are out here is that the department has the ability, in some instances of violations by the LEAs, to withhold federal money, funding federal IDEA funds, and to use those funds to ensure that the locals are doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. I'm sure there's a significant limits on what that money can be spent on, but I think it can be spent, generally speaking, on ensuring that the locals are complying with federal law. Superintendent, could you add to that, correct me where I'm wrong?
Yeah, well, the first comment I would make about funding goes to Superintendent Boucher's point around being able to call a number of people, et cetera. I don't know what happened a decade-ish ago when the number of staff were reduced at the agency. I don't know. I'm assuming it was budget cuts. I'm assuming the department did the best that they could do with the resources they had to realign people. I don't know. Okay. But there was a reduction in staff in the agency. That's the bottom line. Mr. Garvey, to your point, one of the things that has been mentioned is withholding federal funds from school systems that aren't in compliance with certain laws. And so we've had that discussion. I've had that discussion with advocates. I've had that discussion with legislators. And there's not consensus on should you or should you not do that. One set of individuals will say yes, you should absolutely withhold funds if they're not in compliance. Another group would say, well, if you're withholding funds, you're essentially making the problem worse because then they don't have the resources. So what we have done, and I've constructed a letter to the school systems we're working on identifying some individuals, is to try to thread that needle a little bit, is we have created, or in the process of creating, the state's first set of special education that would be on essentially a retainer of special masters, which would be if we see a school system that has historically had problems or repeated set of problems, we could then appoint a special master to oversee special education operations within a particular school system. So that too is a new idea that we are trying to incorporate to make all of this process better. And you know, it could be something that we could employ should we see a system that has persistent challenges. And so we are trying to identify individuals right now, put them in a position to be ready that should we have a need to appoint a special master to oversee a local system of special ed, we would be able to do that fairly quickly. And federal funding could be utilized as well as other funding sources to make that process happen.
Right. Mr. Morris?
Yeah, following up on Mr. Garvey's comments about funding, and the fact that there's a lot of conversation about staffing, having adequate staffing in place to support it, what that staffing history looks like relative to where it is today. Superintendent Brumley, I know there's a budgetary process here where you, as I understand it, you go to the legislature, you provide a budget estimate, they have to approve it. Can you help me with that timeline and what we would need to do for some considerations in that budget for what the gap has been discussed this morning?
Yeah, so the first thing I would call out, Mr. Morris, is that the last couple of years, when we have worked through the budgeting process with the division, our budget has actually been reduced. And we have had conversations with the division about that. I don't know if that is just the Department of Education. I assume no. I'm assuming there's been reductions across the entire, all the state agencies with state dollars. And so that process is actually happening now for us as an agency. And then around November, we will begin working with the DOA on our budget request for the next executive budget. And so that's how that plays out. And then there's essentially a process where the governor's office, through the division, compiles all of that for all the agencies, and then they craft an executive budget. That executive budget then will be presented to the House and the Senate, and then ultimately that will go through a process during the session. So we are in the process now of thinking about what does the budget for our agency look like for the upcoming year. The challenge that I face in multiple areas, whether it's special education or other areas, is people will say, well, go ask for more money, go ask for more staff, go ask for this. Like, that would be nice, but the problem is you're already facing a situation where they're cutting your budget to begin with, and then you're saying, oh, don't just cut me, but also add that. And so we will, with this particular item, we'll continue to think about that over the next month or so as we're developing our request for this next cycle. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Holloway.
Mr. Morris, if you recall, just moments ago, I asked for Dr. Brumley to bring in the information with the approximately 100 employees that are being paid by IDA or federal dollars. And who are they? And what are their job descriptions? And can some of this money that's been distributed amongst 100 employees be restructured to support what we're asking for? And hopefully we'll have that answer in
And I'll add to that. I mean, a lot of times what happens is people are doing parts of the work, but are they actually doing that work? So is the funding that's being given to those employees actually the majority of the work they're doing, or is there some kind of grading? That sometimes happens, and we need to remedy that.
Thank you. Seeing no additional comments or.
I had a comment. If everyone's through, just to close, I just want to share that, even though there were harsh comments that came my way, I appreciate this process. I appreciate the advocacy because, we want to do better. I didn't invent this process, but I'm responsible for it. I want it to be better. I think we have some next steps to make it better, but it's not going to be better overnight. It's going to take opportunities like this to discuss it, to dive into it, to go to see, to go to other areas, to continue to hear out advocates and parents to make it better. I feel really good about some of the next steps that we have, but is that all that needs to happen? No, probably not. There's more work that has to be done. There's a long-standing process that has been in place that clearly has been broken and can clearly be improved. And I think that these are some next steps to help us get there. So I thank parents, advocates, everyone who came to testify today, and I thank the board for hearing it out.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Brumley, and thank you to the board and to all who participated in the conversation. There are no objections to Dr. Davis's motion. Any objection? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. All right. Let's see, we have a couple of acknowledgements. Ms. Howard.
I'm so sorry, I wanted to say this, if you don't mind, I wanted to say this on another note for the inspiring educators out in the audience. I don't know who you are out there, but I know there's some Northside High School students. Where are you? Yay! I graduated from Northside, by the way, but I won't tell you what year. Okay, so I come from that area, graduated, went to school there 4 years, love that school, and congratulations for being here, and I'm hoping to see you at some point. I want to visit the school because of what's happening there with the alumni, okay? Good luck.
All right, there's an attempt to sort of move along with the agenda and those items that have the greatest interest. So there's also a request that we take up now item 6.1, which is the last item on the agenda, but take it out of order so that those who are here waiting patiently to speak can speak on that particular topic. So a motion to amend the agenda by taking that item out of order. Ms. Morris, Mr. Garvey, any objections? All right, we'll take up item 6.1 on page 76.
Next item is on page 76, item 6.1, consideration of the summary of public comments and agency response concerning public comment received in reference to the July 20th, 2023 notice of intent regarding Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators. The recommendation is to approve the minutes, receive the LDOE SPCAR, and receive the Bessie Agency SPCAR.
All right, motion, Dr. Davis.
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to help us structure our conversation around this. My motion is to recommend that the board, 1, approve the unofficial minutes from a public hearing held on August 25th, 2023. 2, receive the LDOE's SPCAR regarding revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators. 3, that we receive the Bessie Agency's SPCAR regarding revisions to Bulletin 741 of the Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators to include only the cover letter included in the LDOE SPCAR. 4, authorize the Bessie staff to submit the Bessie summary report to the legislative oversight committees. 5, direct Bessie staff to proceed with the final adoption of the July 20th, 2023 Notice of Intent regarding revisions to Bulletin 741 with the submission of the final rule in the Louisiana Register at the appropriate time. 6, receive an update regarding next steps towards implementation. And 7, refer the following item to the next SAC meeting, consideration of a report regarding next steps towards implementation of the graduation appeals process.
There's a second by Ms. Orange Jones. Let's see, any presentation or comment from the department? Dr. Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Look, this has been a hotly debated topic over the last few months. I understand the sensitivity behind it, and I understand that the fact that this board is nearly evenly split on their thoughts about this policy. Our agency is going to implement the direction of this board. But I do want to call out that this is not finally through the full notice of intent process, and so I have a responsibility to issue a SPCAR. And so after hearing public comments at the last meeting, after reading letters, after communication with various individuals, our position as an agency has not changed. I mean, we feel that this is bad public policy. We feel like there are other things that we should be in pursuit of to make sure that students get the requisite skills that they need in order to be successful on these particular assessments. We have outlined that in our SPCAR. We think it's very clear, our position. We think that the board should abandon this particular notice of intent, and we have laid that out. I know also that the Bessie office issued their own SPCAR, and they are certainly welcome to share their views and their feelings of what they heard. But I do want to call out a couple of issues with that particular SPCAR. I'm assuming they were simply accidental in nature. The first item I just want to call out for the board in the Bessie SPCAR says, first, and I'm not sure the exact page, but it says, first, it should be noted that when the board approved this policy revision, at no time was it expressed that the proposed rule would result in an increase in state funds or that additional staff would be required in order to implement this particular change. And that is just not factually accurate. At the June 13th meeting of this committee, Mr. Mellery himself asked me, and I'll quote, on page 148 of our packet, requirement 2, talks about the DOE developing the standardized rubrics for the 6 classes. Mr. Lambert and I had briefly talked to the superintendent, Brumley. Is that something that the department would be able to do in time for the 23-24, whatever year it would go into effect? Are there concerns and issues, challenges that the department would face? This is a question from Mr. Mellery at the June 13th meeting. And my response, quote, I think that we would probably need additional information from the board on what that actually looks like and what that rubric means. And then, of course, if we need to develop it, it would take some time, and we would probably have some contracts and would have psychometricians also review if we were going to create a rubric to ensure the portfolio lines is equivalent to the standard. So there we're talking about psychometricians and we need to contract with individuals to make sure that that happens. The second item I want to point out in the Bessie's SPCAR, it says a subsequent and separate fiscal note was also submitted by the LFO, the fiscal office of the legislature, by the LDOE staff. I just want to note that our agency did not provide a fiscal note, as this indicates, to the LFO. In fact, what happened is the office, as we know, provided the fiscal note as routine for the LFO. If other agencies are impacted, they will reach out to those agencies and get some feedback. We did supply information at that time. We did not submit a separate note. So just want to call those issues out. I don't think there was anything inappropriate about these particular references or the Bessie office did anything that was nefarious in any way. I just were informed by
This is the board president.
Okay, well, it came from the Bessie office, so just as a point of clarity, I just wanted to share with you that those particular items I did not believe to be factual. And so, Mr. Castile, I know there have been a lot of questions about this particular policy. I know it's sensitive. Our view is that we have work to do with foundational skills that are necessary. We believe that with the English language learner population, that there is certainly work that needs to happen there. We're excited about opportunities around that work to help, but we just retain our previous position, which is our current position. This is bad public policy. Ask the board to abandon this particular rule.
Great, thank you, Dr. Brumley. Mr. Mullen.
I've got a few questions that it's going to probably bounce to different people. The first one, I just want to make sure, we received a news Picar this morning that was, I think, the third one. That's the one that Dr. Davis is asking to be passed, correct? And still looking at the third one, I think it was just touched on. It appears on its surface that it is coming from Bessie as a whole, this Picar. I can tell you, this isn't my position. I have a feeling that it's not the position of everyone on this board. So can we get some clarity as to, first off, who asked for Bessie to draft this Picar separately than the DOE? Can somebody answer that?
Dr. Wilkie?
Yes. So this has been a different process from the beginning. I don't remember exactly which month when the department decided to stop participating in meetings. And the Bessie staff has supported me through this process in ways that they haven't before. I do regret not hearing from Superintendent Brumley today about his concerns about this Picar that we have on motion and a second to put forward. And it's quite typical, Mr. Mellerin, for a majority of Bessie to represent Bessie's views. So that's just the way that it works. When there are 6 of us that vote in favor of one piece, even if it's not a unanimous support of the board, it still moves forward.
No, I understand. I know Dr. Davis brought this up when we've gone to the legislature in the past, that if something comes from Bessie, it appears that it comes from all of Bessie. And I just wanted to clarify. I know Dr. Davis has shared this concern when we were in the legislature about wanting to make it go on the record that maybe she disagreed with something, and just simply to say at this point, like, for clarity's sake, I'm not signing on to the Bessie's Picar. Second question related to that is, who actually drafted this Picar? I know there's a note in the one from the DOE on the bottom of page 2, footnote 1, that says this Picar and the content herein was developed solely by LDOE staff. There's no such note on the Bessie one. Can I get some clarity as to who actually drafted the Bessie's Picar?
So the Bessie staff supported me in the development of this Picar.
Okay, so it was yourself and Bessie's staff only? There were no outside groups, no outside individuals outside of Bessie's staff and yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't work. Now, I can't say, there might have been Bessie staff members who engaged with other people. I do have a full-time job, so I wasn't part of every conversation. So I don't want to speak to something that I don't, I just want to share what I know.
No, thank you. And Ms. Davis might be the one that can answer that. Ms. Davis, was it anyone outside of Bessie's staff and someone on this board that drafted or contributed to this Picar? Going in, I guess, well, let me address something that I just want to clarify, Dr. Davis. In your proposal on number 3, you're only asking for the cover letter of the LDOE's Picar to be submitted to the Legislative Oversight Committee, but you're asking for the entire Bessie staff, the entire Bessie's Picar, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, I've got a bunch of notes here. This is more of just a comment. If we go back to the original intent of how all this started, this was only for English language learners or English second language students. And this is, I've made this comment before, but this is now morphed to include all students. And this is actually addressed in the Bessie's Picar. And my concern is, when faced with the fact that we could not create a policy solely for English language learners because of potential legal issues, instead of going back to the drawing board and attempting to help those students that was the original intent, all of a sudden it morphed into, well, now we can just, everyone can have this. And for me, that's a very serious concern. It went from a very small subset of individuals, which I think we all agree we need to serve better, to all of a sudden now, it's carte blanche, every single student can apply for this. There are no guardrails on it. The only guardrails are that there's going to be an audit if a certain threshold is met a few years from now. But there's no consequences if you're found to have violated or exceeded that threshold. There is, the way that this is set up, there is nothing to prevent a school, an LEA, the state as a whole, from instructing kids or tacitly encouraging kids to not pass a certain test because they can then do this portfolio. And it's subjective just in its nature. Regardless of how you try to fix this, there is going to be a subjective nature to this because you're asking, whether it's a counselor, whether it's a third-party administrator, anyone, to look at this, and one school is going to have a different person grading it than another. And so inherently, it's not an objective standard. And no matter what you do, you cannot fix that. What can happen, and my fear is, you can have a kid who may not be on the path for whatever reason, and they're not going to get the educational opportunities and the training and the skills that they need because a teacher or a staff administration can look at them and say, I don't think you can pass, but here's this other opportunity. There's no time limit on it. They can spend as long as they want, as many years as they want. Mr. Morris and I have talked about this. Now with AI, there's nothing to prevent anybody from going into ChatGPT and popping out a letter in however long it takes, 5 minutes, or however long it takes, and going in, and there's nothing that says you have to do it in this room. You can only work on it in this room. You can go home and you can get help from anyone. And you can then come back in and have a subjective person look at it, grade it, and say, great, you're good, go. I've had LEAs tell me that the staffing on this is going to be so onerous that they're not even looking at it right now until it's through because of the concerns of, well, we don't know what this looks like. And their concerns are very real with who's going to grade it, how are we supposed to fund this, what are we supposed to do with this. And look, I'll be the first one to tell you, the funding aspect of this is an unknown, but that's just one concern that I've heard from one LEA. I know that there are numerous other concerns. There's one comment towards the beginning that deals with the fact that we're one of the few states that requires an end-of-course test in order to get a diploma. And I asked this question last time we were here because it was talked about Texas and it was talked about in New Jersey and a few other ones. And I asked very clearly, well, what is the level that you have to achieve in some of these other states before, like in order to get a passing grade? Here it's approaching basic. If you get approaching basic, you score enough to pass the test. And I asked, well, what about in Texas? And I was told, well, that's not an apples to apples comparison. We can't know this. done some research. In Texas, you have to get a master's. So to say, well, other states have this appeals process, so we should have it, it's not an apples-to-apples comparison, but for a different reason. Texas expects you to be at a mastery before you can have the opportunity to do this. We're only asking people to get to an approaching basic. And in a geometry test, or maybe it's the algebra test, that's 10% of the questions. So we're telling kids, you can go and you can get this if you can't get 10% of the questions right. You can literally put B on every one of those questions, and I'm pretty sure have a good chance at getting 10% of the questions right. So, and I'm not trying to steal Mr. Morris's thunder because I know I'm hitting a lot of his points, but how can you look at anybody straight in the face and tell them somebody that can't get 10% of the questions right should be certified by the state of Louisiana as being prepared for life after high school? 10%. How? Like that's not in any way okay. We're talking here about basic comprehension of something that you need for everything. Like you need to be able to do, if you're going to be a pipe fitter, if you're going to go to college. Like, we already have too many kids that aren't set up to succeed once they graduate. This is not going to do anything to help that. And there was a mention in here about a double standard about how we don't require private schools to take an EOC, and how it's not fair, and it's not equitable, and it's arbitrary. And my simple question to that is, okay, so what you're saying is someone that has the financial means to send their kids to another school, great. They are fortunate enough that they can do that. But what you're doing for everyone else is you're saying, if you can't afford to send your kid to a private school or a homeschool or something like that, then you're stuck. And you're stuck here, and even if your school fails you because they don't equip you enough to get 10% on the test, you're stuck. And you don't have another option because you're not financially able to do it. We shouldn't be giving our low socioeconomic students, well, you know what, you're stuck at this school because that's the school you're assigned to go to. And we're going to give you, an education to get 10%, and if you can't, we're going to give you this. Like, that's not okay. I don't know the last time that a public school was shut down for failing a student or taken over by this board. Like, that's not okay to say, because your family can afford to send you to a better alternative, you get that. And I can't think of a better reason why school choice would be needed than this. Because, look, if a private school is putting out students that are not prepared, that private school won't succeed. That school will close because parents will opt not to send their kids there. And parents that are unfortunate and don't have the opportunity financially to send their kids to a private school don't have that option. They can't choose, if this school is not working in most cases, to send them to a different one. Whether it's because they don't have access to transportation, whether it's because they don't fall into the waiver requirements. There are so many issues with this, and all it's doing is failing students. And I 100% agree we need to do better for EL students, but not this. This isn't the way to do it. Thank you.
Dr. Davis?
So I'd just like to take a moment. I think I've jotted down all of Mr. Milliman's concerns that I would like to address. The first is regarding the expansion to all students. The expansion to all students occurred because as I began researching the policies in other states, it became clear to me that these appeals processes in other states were not limited to EL students, that across the United States, we are the only state in the entire country that has a high-stakes exam required for passage that does not have an appeals process, period. Texas, when they unanimously made permanent their appeals process by a vote of both Republicans and Democrats, I would encourage you to go and listen to the comments by parents and legislators around the appropriateness of the appeals process and its existence. So the expansion was not made willy-nilly. It was made in response to what every other state in the country is doing. 2, I categorically reject the idea that there are no guardrails around this policy. Students have to be passing their classes and then failing the end of course exam in order to be able to avail themselves of the appeals process. They will have taken the end of course exam twice before they are allowed to avail themselves of the appeals process. And I will say this, the idea that school districts or schools will be incentivized to have students use this appeal and not pass the end of course exam is ridiculous because of our accountability system. In our accountability system, they will receive a 0 for the end of course score because they did not pass the exam. So the idea that there is an incentive for schools to not try to help the students pass the end of course exam is just not true, especially since the school district will be required to provide the 30 hours of intervention to attempt to get the student past the bar on the end of course exam. So our accountability structure is there to provide guardrails. Additionally, for schools that go over the 3% mark, then the accountability for them is that the state superintendent of education has to sign off on their appeals process, right? Individually for each student, right? We move the responsibility from the superintendent of that district to the superintendent at the state office. I would like to say that we have scholarship students across the state of Louisiana that are routinely failing their end of course exams, right? 40% of them make unsatisfactory or approaching basic, and they are given a diploma, right? And so this is the idea of equity really comes down to the fact that, and this will be especially true if a choice bill around vouchers or scholarships passes in the next legislative session, the only students in the entire state of Louisiana that would be held to this bar would be the students who are left inside our traditional public schools and our charter schools. And when it comes to equity, right, and why it matters for students to be able to have another way to show that they have mastered standards, you don't have to believe me that they need another way. I'm going to quote the State Department of Education from our grant around the innovative assessment for social studies and English, where we wrote, as a consequence of as a result of our exams, quote, the unfortunate consequence is that those students whose socioeconomic status makes them more likely to acquire varied background knowledge outside of the classroom bring an extra benefit to the test. As Daniel Willingham explains, if topics are random, the test weights knowledge learned outside the classroom, knowledge that wealthy children have greater opportunity to pick up. This reinforces the advantage of the already privileged. As students advance through the grade levels, the disparity between students' knowledge grows. In states' attempts to be content agnostic, they have instead made assessment a guessing game for educators and for the students who are most likely to struggle on the test, including economically disadvantaged students, English learners, and students with disabilities, right? We said that. The State Department of Education and the federal government gave us millions of dollars to try to fix it with our innovative assessment. We are unfairly punishing, right, our students by not allowing them the ability to express their knowledge of the content standards in another manner.
feedback from Ms. Mr. Garvey, if you feel that's, Ms. Jeter, Dr. Moore.
Okay, I have a follow-up question regarding the issue that Mr. Miller brought up, which was that the motion that's on the floor directs, I think that's the staff, forward the cover letter from the department's car, I think, but not the whole car, even though Desi's whole car is being forwarded. And I'd like to know what is the reasoning for that, not sending extra information over to the legislature. I guess I would direct that to the paper of the motion.
So my answer to that would be because we typically send one SPCAR to the legislature. And the department has not cooperated with the directives of Brown Bessie in the policy development, which we instructed them to do, which resulted in the fact that we had to take this on ourselves because the department refused to follow the directives of this board regarding the development of this appeals process.
I would suggest that extra information on the desks of the legislators when they review this is better than less information. And the department's SPCAR contains, I think, some significant extra information. So I'd like to move an amendment to the motion that's on the floor to include the whole department's SPCAR to send over to the legislature.
There's a motion to amend the original motion. Mr. Miller, the second, is that amendment? Any discussion on the amendment? Dr. Davis?
I object to the amendment, or first of all, and then second, if the department does end up going, I do have some concerns around the facts that are included in their SPCAR. So at one point, they referenced a concern that adopting this appeals process will lead the state of Louisiana to experience a uptake in students who fail to exit the English language status, and they say that that has occurred in Texas as evidence that we should not do it. Unfortunately for them, the research that they cite regarding the change in status for Texas EL students is data from before Texas actually implemented their appeals process. So that is factually inaccurate to assume that students are not exiting EL status in Texas because they have the appeal, because the study that they reference doesn't include data of the state of Texas during the appeals process. So that would be one thing right there that I would object to inside the departments. They need to get their facts straight and more carefully research their conclusions.
So we're addressing the amendment that's been proposed. Any comments relative to the amendment?
Yes.
Ms. Holloway?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I actually want to speak to the parents. I know we had a lot of parents of kids with special needs in the room, and I think that you guys communicate really well with each other, and I would encourage you to look at the appeals policy, because I have a lot of hope for this policy in the way that it can serve students. I know that we have a number of students who have IEPs that qualify for what we call Act 833, the April Dunn Act. What I would say is that if you look at this appeals, I think there are opportunities for your children to be better served that will look at holding high standards for as long as we can hold high standards. And so every child is unique. I'm not saying it applies to every child, but I would just encourage you that you may not be wanting to follow an April Dunn Act track. You may want to follow an appeals policy track so that your child is held to high standards to the very end, and when it's time to graduate, you can make the most appropriate decision for your child. I also believe that this could potentially lead to some legislative changes that helps us all improve over time. I am supportive of the April Dunn Act. I do the best I can to implement it with my students, but I also know we can continue to refine our practices and make improvements over time. So I really wanted to talk to you about it, and I'm looking forward to hearing from people in the audience who are here to comment.
Noted, Dr. Brophy, but we have an amendment on the floor and a motion, and so let's address the amendment first. Ms. Holloway.
Yes, in question is the Bessie submission of the report to the Legislative Oversight Committee. I need some clarity because we've received there was three copies. One copy was in our documents, then we received an attachment in our binder, and then this morning we received another one. So I have no idea what corrections were made after I've read the one that was attached. Can someone, it seems like the only two authors of this document is Ms. Davis and Dr. Brophy. Can you tell us what changes were made that's being sent to the committee? The Oversight Committee. Because we have not read this new one that was placed on our.
The changes would be to the fiscal, response to the fiscal concerns of Dr. Bromley. So I don't have it in front of me, but.
Why would it be changed? I guess is what I'm asking.
So we made, I mean, this is an ongoing process, and so we made revisions as we received more information and worked on it.
I had no time to read this yet.
Nothing, for the bulk, it's just the paragraph has changed. I don't have the page number.
So I'm not sure if I have the most recent version in front of me. I could pull it up on my phone, or if whoever passed out the most recent version can bring it to me, I'll figure out what paragraph it is and show it to Ms. Holloway. Okay, thank you.
Well, not only me, all the board members have not had time to read this.
Yeah, like I said, it's just one paragraph. All those other pages have not changed.
All right, thank you. There is a motion to amend the original motion. Mr. Lawrence.
Good. So it's obvious there's a lot of debate on the board, amongst the board on this issue. I think we all want to make a well-informed decision. I don't understand why we wouldn't want to provide our legislature with the same information that we're getting. I don't think we want a message to the legislature that Bessie's withholding information from the legislature. I don't think we want to insult the legislature's intelligence if they can't sort through it themselves. So I don't understand why we wouldn't include all the information. So I would ask the board to reconsider that one and let's make sure that the legislature is appropriately advised coming from Bessie.
Second that.
There's already a motion to amend, so not necessarily second, but I'll take that as a hallelujah. Amen. All right, Ms. Marshall.
It's a matter of process. So the original maker of the motion doesn't have to approve the amendment?
No.
I thought they had.
There's a motion to amend. It was offered as an amendment, but we would have to vote on that amendment. We can call it a substitute motion, but it still has to be voted upon and get 6 votes.
This is follow-up to Mr. Morris, as you raised it. Do you believe that the factual inaccuracies in the department one should be remedied?
I think we should leave it up to the legislature to ask that question as they read it. It's an official document. They should look at the official document as is. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. They're intelligent enough to ask the right questions and let them sort through in their official office.
Mr. Garber.
Yes, I would add that there are some claims that there are some inaccuracies in the Bessie's call also. At least one version said that there was no mention at a Bessie meeting that there were that the department anticipated any new expenses. And I think the transcript of that meeting shows that the department did speak up, I think in answering the question from Mr. Miller, that there would be anticipated extra expenses. So I think there's claims of inaccuracies on both sides. So my suggestion would be present both versions and let the legislators have the information to sort through as they see fit.
Just a point, hold on a second, just a point of clarification. So So Dr. Davis's motion was a comprehensive motion, items 1 through 7, that has been passed around to everyone. The proposed amendment would change one of those items. And then we'd have that motion with that amendment, and then we would all vote on items 1 through 7. And just want to be sure that we're all understanding what was being presented. Because then we'd vote on items 1 through 7, I suspect might pass. Mr. Mallory, you stand by your motions to amend? Mr. Garvey?
Yes, I think there's going to be some other questions about other parts, numbers 1 through 7. And I think it would be more efficient to take these items one by one as it's being proposed right now, instead of mixing it up some other way.
The purpose of this summary report is to support the position of the board, whatever the action is taken today. So if you vote to move forward, then to send over a report that supports not moving forward would be confusing. And I think unprecedented to have two reports with differing positions. You're sending over, here's a summary of all the comments we received, broken down, and here's how we voted, and we're gonna move forward or we're not. If you're not gonna move forward, then I would suggest Dr. Rumley's report. If you are gonna move forward, then the Bessie report. But to send them both doesn't make sense. You're sending a summary report of comments to support your position of the majority of the board.
So I suspect I know how the votes will shake out. Let me make it easy perhaps for everyone. As it relates to the substitute motion presented by Mr. Melloran. Mr. Melloran, I support that motion such that the legislature can get all of the information. And that would then resolve that issue. We can take it up, have a vote on it, and then we'll take up all items 1 through 7, and let the legislature resolve. The information is there. They can get it anyway. So whether we include it in the packet or not, it's available. So, for the record, we can take a vote on the substitute motion. There is a substitute motion offered by Mr. Melloran to include all of Mr. Garvey, seconded by Mr. Melloran. All in favor of that? Yes. Thank you. I approve the promotion.
My question is simply, would it be clear to the legislature that the majority of the board had a certain perspective? That to me feels like a distinguishing variable, right? So I do believe everyone should have the same information, but if they're both shared equally, it's not entirely clear. We don't, I expect that there's some need for clarity on what actually, depending on how today goes, like, should it be clear to the legislature what the majority of the board actually?
And I would add that I think that, Dr. Berman, I don't have your letter in front of me, that you begin with the majority of the board voted this way, here's what happened, but I disagree. And so it points out in the beginning that I disagree with the majority of the board's action.
Because it's not stated in this report.
All right, Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, 2 points to Mrs. Jones' issue. I think that the minutes of this meeting could be sent over to the legislature, which would clear up some of the questions. And the notice of intent itself, I think, answers what the majority of the board voted on. So I think that would address your issue. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Mr. Garvey. Dr. Wilkins.
So I don't think this is the place that we have a real issue, right? Like, what was provided here today is public information. Do I like the idea of presenting to the legislature that we have policy that's gone all the way through the process, but we have a disagreement with our superintendent? I don't love that, but if that's where we are, I could also write a letter to explain it to them, right? And the thing is that, I would be willing to edit us, Fakar, except for the fact that I really don't want to keep having this conversation. You know, so if that information would have come ahead of time, like, I think making edits, that, I would be more than happy to do that, right? I think that if this process would have been a little easier, it was more difficult than it had to be, then we could have come together on the same SPCAR.
Well, I
But
think,
I'll just say, like, I'm not, okay, if we have to send 2 SPCARs, we send 2 SPCARs, I can tell the story. There's a majority of the board that wants to do something. The superintendent's not wild about it.
fair enough. All right, so we've got substitute motions by Mr. Garvey. All in favor of that substitute motion, indicate by.
Yes, so I just want to make sure I got some clarity, I'm sorry. I want to be sure I'm clear what
Sure.
we're voting on, right? Are we voting on the amendment? Or
It's
are we
an amendment,
going
but
back
we're
to
going
the
to call it a
original
substitute motion. Mr. Garvey, are you okay with that?
I'm fine.
All right, procedure. We're going to call it a substitute motion for clarification.
No, I'm sorry, I'd like to keep this as an
You
amendment.
want it as an amendment, okay?
So are we voting on the amendment or are we voting on the original motion?
No,
We're voting on both.
just the amendment. Only the amendment, not the original motion.
Repeat the amendment, please,
Yeah.
to include the LDOE SPCAR.
It's only the motion to amend to include that. Yes, ma'am.
The details, the facts here do matter quite a bit. I do think you should write the letter, right, to clarify the point. And as long as you're willing to do that, I would.
Sounds like a plan. All right, all in favor of Mr. Garvey's motion to amend, please say aye. Aye. Any objections? No objections to that motion to amend. All right, Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, a question about the motion, or a question about what was said in the discussion. And I think it was said, Ms. Davis, and I want to make sure I heard it correctly, maybe I didn't. I thought I heard you say that the proposal for the waiver was changed so as to require the state superintendent to sign off on any appeal. Did I hear that right, or did I hear that wrong?
When a school, not the district, when a school goes above the 3% threshold, so more than 3% of their seniors are graduating using the appeals process, an audit can occur. They do a random sample of the portfolio, and if the superintendent at the department level decides that that school is not faithfully executing the graduation appeals process. So for instance, not requiring the portfolios to be in compliance with the rubric, at that point, the superintendent has the ability to become the person that signs off on granting or denying appeals.
So that would come after the fact of several diplomas being issued when they should not have? If I understand it right, is that correct?
It is a check that would occur after the 3% mark is hit. So that would be after the graduation numbers were turned into the department.
Okay. And if the department found that several diplomas were issued wrongly, incorrectly, or without following proper procedure, would those diplomas be withdrawn and taken away from the students to which they were awarded?
No, so what the department in their audit, the deal is for it to make sure not that individual students are not meeting the rubric requirements. It is to assess whether or not that school district, or school, I'm sorry, with fidelity is applying the standards and the path that is laid out in the graduation appeals process. So it's not around revoking diplomas, it is about ensuring that schools and districts are implementing the appeal process with fidelity.
To help me make sure I understand this correctly, if a district was issuing these appeals, granting the appeals, granting the diplomas, without with fidelity applying the required rules, which would mean that they issued some diplomas improperly. You're saying those diplomas would not be withdrawn from those students or revoked, I guess as a word, a proper word might be. Incorrectly issued diplomas would not be revoked.
Incorrectly awarded diplomas would only be, you don't revoke, I'm assuming, based on whether or not they're meeting the Carnegie units and the rules that the department already has spelled out regarding revoking diplomas. Those rules already exist.
Okay. This brings up an issue that I think was touched on, Mr. Miller, which is that we're going to have under this proposal a lot of diplomas issued to students by a school system that failed to help them pass what's now the required test. Systems, in my mind, have failed them, or will have failed them. And as it is proposed, the system itself will be the entity granting the appeal to the student that they failed, or potentially granting or judging the appeal. There's a conflict of interest there. If the school system fails the student and the student under the current system does not graduate, if I understand it right, a lot of superintendents are evaluated based on their graduation rates. And a lot of the raises that are awarded to superintendents, usually yearly, are dependent on the graduation rates or upon the different performance scores, which ties into the graduation rates. So there's a financial incentive for superintendents to boost graduation rates as much as they can. And they will be the ones signing off on these appeals and potentially, expectedly, granting diplomas to children that they failed to get across the finish line of passing the test. So I would suggest, I would make the motion that we change the proposal so that in addition to just the local superintendent signing off on this, the local superintendent who has a conflict of interest financially with this, that the state superintendent sign off on it also. And I would add that would be before the fact of diplomas being improperly graded through appeals as opposed to after the fact as it is being proposed currently.
As the chair, I typically try not to respond, but if I'm a superintendent out there, I'm just cringing. It seems to suggest that our superintendents are doing something other than looking out for the best interests of children. And I really hope that that's not the message that we're sending to our superintendents who work very, very hard with our schools and our teachers. Dr. Davis?
Could I address that, please, since it's directed to the comments I made?
Sure.
Yes. I'm not saying that the superintendents are going to do anything wrong. I'm saying we are setting up a conflict of interest. And I'm trying to fix the setting up of a conflict of interest.
Can I respond to that?
You mind yielding, Dr. Davis?
Sure.
Ms. Busha?
I'm cringing at those statements too, Mr. Garvey. I mean, superintendents across the state are the lead educators in their districts. To even imply such a thing, I think is a little bit out of bounds. The state superintendent also, when we do his evaluation, has the exact same indicators in terms of not only including test scores, which this would not necessarily do, but it also deals with graduation rates, which eventually then impacts his evaluation and potentially his contract. So every educator in the state, whether they're a classroom teacher, a principal, has the same situations as well. His continued employment deals with movement in the accountability formula. And any action that we take as an educator to imply that that's because there's a financial incentive or a personal incentive, I think insults every educator in the state.
Thank you, Ms. Busha. Dr. Davis?
I'd just like to point out that all 50 states have accountability systems, including the ones that have an appeals process. And we heard this criticism when we originally brought the appeals process. The original version of this had the school building level committee signing off on the portfolio. We heard the complaint around that, and even though it works just fine in a lot of other states for it to happen at the building level, we moved the final say-so to the superintendent in order to alleviate some of those concerns, and now the bar is being moved again on it, right? We are doing more to ensure the reliability and the validity of this process than any other state that has an appeals process, and that's all of them. We have more guardrails around making sure that this process is followed with integrity than any other state in the country.
Thank you. Mr. Garvey, then Ms. Holloway.
Yes, I'd like to go back to the statements by Ms. Roche, and I would repeat again, contrary to what she said, I did not say that superintendents would take these actions. I said that this system is setting up a conflict of interest, and I think that we should not set up a conflict of interest. I think we should fix it where we can. I'd add that when we evaluate the superintendent, as far as I remember, what's on the table at that point is not a raise for the superintendent tied to his evaluation. But my understanding is that local superintendents have sometimes raises that are tied to their evaluation. So I think that's a different situation. Thirdly, I'd like to say, putting an extra set of eyes by the state superintendent having a review of the waivers, I don't see anything wrong with having an additional set of eyes looking at these waivers. It seems like it could only help the situation, not hurt.
Ms. Holloway and Ms. Orange Jones. Ms. Holloway and Ms. Holloway.
Thank you. It's in regards to the discussion here, and as I read the report, there's something that's just so glaring in regards to the conflict of interest and trying to make it right and fair. And there's a statement here, given the stringent qualifying criteria, the number of students who will be issued a diploma via the appeals process will be minimal. Therefore, there will not be a dramatic inflation in school performance scores. That statement bothers me because it's stating that I'm okay with inflation in scores, and it's written there for all BESI members. And so my question here to whomever authored this is, will the 100 points for the grads that receive this appeals process receive the 100 points in the two areas? And I remember asking that question last time, and Dr. Bofer, you indicated that the point system stays the same without any research or questioning. It was a determination by. Can you clarify this, please?
When you talk to me about the two areas that you're referencing, please, Ms. Holloway. I mean, I know we have the graduation cohort index. I'm assuming you're referring to that.
Individual, the grad, right? The cohort.
So the cohort graduation rate, when you have more graduates, will increase. The student assessment rate does not increase. Students are going to continue to take the test, and so you won't have a change there.
But will these students who receive the appeals that's approved receive 100 points within?
They'll receive the credit
Two
in
different
the-
areas, they'll receive the 100, just one.
Yeah.
And Ms. Holloway, just to address your point, right, the reason around noting that the accountability score will not be moved was based on an analysis of how accountability scores changed when we were doing the COVID waivers, right? Which allowed those students to graduate without passing the exams and without doing all of the things that we're going to be asking them to do in the appeals process. And so the number of students statewide that this is going to apply to will be less than the numbers that we were graduating with the COVID waivers. So it will be fewer than those students.
Can we go to public comment?
I promised Ms. Orange Jones that she would be the last
No, I'm
comment,
sorry.
and then,
Wait, yeah.
We can come back, but we've got lots of people here, folks, but I'd like to hear from them. If we come back to the board, I promise you, everybody will get an opportunity to speak.
I'll be brief. I know there's much has been said on this topic today already. Just a follow-up, Mr. Garvey, for you. Is that for you, this notion of the superintendent having a more formal check and knowledge review? If that were in place, would you support this policy?
I might.
Okay.
I would have to listen to more comment
Yeah, but
from the
that's,
public.
for you, that's the big issue, is the checking and balance.
Yeah, and it would help avoid the question of whether diplomas that were issued erroneously and discovered 2 years later, whether those diplomas need to be revoked, which would be horrible.
Okay, I can understand that. My other question to you, and this could be for any board member who's been grappling with this or is not in support of it, is what do you make of the overwhelming support? I mean, I look at the notes, I watched every moment of the hearing as well. Overwhelming support for this provision to be added from families, from students, from educators across our state. I look at other states, right? Every other state has a policy like this on the books, right? That has an assessment of 6 and beyond that. What meaning do you make? I mean, you and I are obviously have been huge proponents of choice, right? I do believe families need more schools to navigate their children's educational experience. Like, what meaning do you actually make of the overwhelming data, at least the data we have access to of those that have come and chosen to actually be a part of this discussion, that parents and students and educators by and large believe that an appeals process like this, built in the context of an incredibly viable accountability system of which you and I have both contributed to building and supporting year over year, what meaning do you actually make of that in the data?
Well, I would start in response to the question by saying that I have supported choice, I think, since day one. But I've also, since day one, supported keeping our standards high and not watering down our standards. And I see this as a watering down of our standards. So that's one main reason why I have a problem with it. Another response would be that I have heard that polling done statewide has shown, contrary to what we see at these meetings, that the majority of the public in the state does not support this. And when you have meetings like this, you do not get a representative sampling of the state. You have people who are, some people are more motivated than others to show up for a meeting like that, and that is a self-selecting activity which would bias any kind of sampling that professional pollster would try to issue an opinion on. The professional pollster that did the polls statewide came back with the result that statewide there's a majority of people who do not, probably voters, not just people, but registered voters who do not support it. I do not have a copy of that poll.
Thank you. We'll call the public up in just a second. Ms. Morris is going to make a brief comment, and I'll begin just so that everyone will know. I've got a number of public comment cards. We'll limit individuals to 2 minutes. Those representing organizations to 3 minutes so that we can get through everyone. Mr. Morris, and then we'll go to public comment.
I appreciate the opportunity to share all of my comments after the public comment. And appreciate the sensitivity for the public's contribution as well. But just a brief comment, I think if we had gone through the traditional vetting process for this item, then we wouldn't be in this situation. But because we bypassed the Accountability Commission and that part of the traditional vetting process, that's why we're in this position right now. So something to think about going forward.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Morris. All right, so I'll start going through this stack here. And first we have Representative Lance Harris with the House Education Committee, who's the chair. He opposes the recommendation and wishes to speak. He is present. Mr. Harris, if you want to come forward. And then following Mr. Harris, I'd like for the following persons to come up as well. You can take a seat at the table. Mr. Brandon Hawkins supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. Susan East Nelson supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. Dr. Aaron, I think is, I can't quite read the handwriting, I apologize. Supports the recommendation, wishes to speak, is Aaron Atkins. I can't know. And then sitting behind, Lane Edelman supports the recommendation, wishes to speak, and Kristen Keene Williford supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. Chairman Harris, you have the floor.
Thank y'all very much for this opportunity to come hear y'all's debate on this, and also my opportunity to speak to you about it. I'm here today.
Mr. Chairman, I know you've done this a lot. Press that little green button.
Is that better?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm used to my mic being on. But thank you again for having this today, and I thank you for the opportunity for me to speak to this. I am asking you today to postpone this. And why am I asking you to postpone it? Number one, just listening to your conversation, there are a lot of ambiguities in the guidelines. There's a lot of questions about even the accounting system. I know Dr. Boffey sent out a letter to the legislature a few weeks ago, and in paragraph 5, she said one argument against the appeals policy is that it will inflate school performance scores. Well, today I'm learning that maybe I was thinking that 20% of the high school accountability rating is based on graduation rate alone. That's 20%. That's pretty high. And I've heard both of the conversations, the banter back and forth. But with those kind of questions in mind, and the things I'm hearing all over the state of Louisiana, the calls we're getting as the education chairman and as the education committee, there's just not a groundswell of support for this intent, this rule. And I would ask you to postpone it. The other reason why, we have a new governor coming in, we have basically a third of the legislature is going to be new. You're going to have some different landscape in the legislature, and there's going to be a lot of new members on this Bessie board. And I think it's because of it being such a thin margin of support on your board, and also hearing the groundswell of an angst against this proposal in the public, I think it would be prudent to postpone this and then look at the evidence in the next board and the next administration. I've already heard around the state as I'm moving around the 19 parishes that are in my influence right now that I'm having to address, hearing the gubernatorial candidates. None of them seem to be for this. So that is going to change. What are we doing, and what message are we sending to the kids that we're trying to help? What message are we sending to the employers in the state of Louisiana? You know, you see all of the different comments, and I forget your acronym for the two that you're going to sit over to the legislature. But you see so many different things and so many ambiguities in this. I would ask for you to postpone this, let the next board take the baton from you and start working toward a reasonable solution to help those kids. Finally, this should be two different things. The English part of it, where this started, should be one thing, and if you're looking at the diplomas on the other end, then that should be a different set of circumstances and a different policy. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. Please,
Mr. Chairman,
pay attention to my words. Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Harris, if he doesn't mind.
I don't mind. I'm used to that.
Okay.
Sure.
This has to do with the legislative fiscal office, which I think comes under House and Senate oversight, you might say. And it has to do with the SPCAR that was issued, as we received this morning, if I read it correctly, from Bessie, which indicates that the Bessie executive director, and I think Bessie president wrote this, so their opinion, I think, is represented by it. Their opinion is that 8G funds could be used to offset or pay for the costs that will be incurred in implementing this process. Those 8G funds have not been approved by Bessie to be spent in this way. Is it proper if the Legislative Fiscal Office changes its opinion on whether there are costs incurred by the department and says, no, there's no cost because 8G funds could be used for this, even though those 8G funds have not been voted on? Would that be proper for the Legislative Fiscal Office to base its opinion on a hypothetical, maybe dedication of 8G funds to offset the cost to the department? Do you know?
Well, my experience with the Legislative Fiscal Office, because we use them all the time, they provide us with fiscal notes on every bill, is they will take into account some, they will explain some hypotheticals, but they're more apt to use actual figures and want to know if that is actually a fact. In the Legislative Fiscal Office, as it pertains to the legislators and the information that we get, I think it's more predicated on facts than on hypotheticals.
And when you say facts, you mean, in this instance, 8G funds that have been voted on and dedicated to this expense, not 8G funds that might be in the future, maybe dedicated.
Yeah, the legislature typically, when it comes to appropriations and dealing with fiscal matters of the state, want to be a little more sure than it might be.
Okay. A second question. Second question. My understanding is that the fiscal note, or the documentation that the LFO asks for in developing the fiscal note covers at least a 3-year time span, whether they're expenses in year 1, year 2, and year 3. The card that Bessie issued this morning, or that we received this morning, says that the 8G funds might be used to offset the extra expenses by the department in year 1, and is silent on year 2 and 3. If the Legislative Fiscal Office were to say year 1 is covered by these hypothetical maybe 8G funds being dedicated, and is silent on year 2 and 3, would that indicate that those costs that they originally recognized in years 2 and 3 still exist?
No, they will go, the way they do a fiscal note, I believe it actually goes out 5 years. It gives you the impact on the general fund dollars and where the money is coming from. So they would want to run that out, best of my memory, all the way out for 5 years. So what it would show is the 8G dollars the first year, then you would have zeros in every other year.
Zeros as to a fiscal cost?
And as to, well, not to the cost, but as to the revenues that are going to offset the cost.
So it should show costs in years 2, 3, 4, 5.
It will show that, yes, if it is.
And if I understand the statutes correctly, the legislature has to, if there are costs in years 2, 3, 4, 5, the legislature has to have appropriated funds for the cost of the program in order for the approval to move forward and for the rule to become policy.
Well, I think there's a lot of steps here, but part of the things that I've read here, including the cover letter, I think, by Dr. Bromley, talking about the Appropriations Committee and your finance committees in the legislature, they're going to want to have a say in this, of course, because they do appropriate the funds. So I do believe that is going to be, or could be, an issue. Now, I haven't seen what you were talking about this morning, which concerns me, even commenting on it. But I know that you will have to know the cost and how that cost is going to be paid.
Thank you.
I didn't confuse you more than the question confused.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Thank you. Next. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Erin Atkins, Assistant Principal at Indiana High School. I sit before you today as a proud educator. More importantly, I sit before these students as a hopeful educator, one with confidence and optimism for our future because of these students. You can see that these students are the confident leaders we need in our classrooms throughout our state. But can you see this student sitting back there with a severe dyslexia who's the last to finish a test and ends almost every test with extreme frustration, hoping that they pass? And you see the student who fled war in their home country and immigrated to the United States their junior year, missing out on 11 years worth of foundational American history and lacking the background knowledge needed to pass the one LEAP test. What about the student who struggled with reading or math deficits because of multiple years of not having a permanent teacher in the classroom? Can you see the American-born student sitting behind us who spent 10 years in a foreign language immersion program only to quit the program because of the difficulty of the math, science, and social studies LEAP test because they were given with no accommodations and no bilingual, not fluent enough in content-specific English required to master these assessments? These students know that education is a golden ticket to a future of opportunity. We all know that a high school diploma does not guarantee success, but we can all agree that the absence of a high school diploma can cripple a person's future. As educators, we also know that positively impacting a single student can create a multitude of opportunities for the individual's future and for future generations that will live on well beyond our careers. These students' lives and their futures are real and as unique and empowering as they are. The work that takes place in classrooms and these students in these classrooms are not standardized. We cannot treat them as if they are all the same and hold them to standards without consideration of their individual capabilities and intellectual potential. And Mr. Miller, you stepped out. Mr. Garvey, you also alluded to this comment that you made about students' performance on LEAP test. Your school fails you. So I ask, is it the school failing the student or is it this system failing the student? As an educator, I've never told a student they are not capable of passing an exam. We encourage and highly incentivize performance on these assessments. The accountability system that you put into place further encourages us to support our students to be successful in these assessments. It is in everyone's best interest for our students to pass the LEAP assessment on the first try. The reality behind it is that some students simply cannot. I ask you again to please support this Excel process and give these handfuls of students the opportunity that other states have already done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Susan East Nelson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Louisiana Partnership for Children and Families. I'm an attorney, a small business owner, and an adjunct professor of law at Southern University Law Center. And I've
Is your
worked on.
microphone on?
Is it on?
Is your
Am I
name
on?
on?
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me?
All right.
I've worked on Capitol Hill. I've worked in the halls of the Pentagon, and in 1995, as a high school senior, I was named one of the best 6 writers in the state of Louisiana by the National Council of Teachers of English. I also almost failed the English proficiency exam by 5 points. 5 points stood between my being able to graduate and my successful career. 5 points did not tell the success story of me as a student, as an already published writer in high school. 5 points did not tell you that I was Student of the Year finalist, and I was invited to present my scientific research in Huntsville, Alabama, also in my senior year. What 5 points almost did, though, was derail my trajectory as a successful citizen of the state of Louisiana. I had been offered a writing scholarship to Trinity University, and but for 5 points, my life could have turned out very, very differently at that moment. This is not about lowering standards. This is about an appeal process that looks at the totality of the circumstances around a student's performance and gives them the opportunity to be reviewed based on the totality of those circumstances. Louisiana is, again, as it's said multiple times here, the only state that does not allow such an appeal process. We know that a high school diploma is the gateway to apprenticeship programs, to even getting into the military. You have to have a high school diploma. It is the education and life advancements that these students desperately need, not just for them, but for the economic stability of their families going forward. So I strongly recommend that we approve this process and allow these students an opportunity to have the totality of their experiences evaluated and not whether or not they can perform on one particular standardized test, even if they're given 2 opportunities to take it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Lane Edelman. I'm principal of Acadiana High School. The wonderful group of future educators behind me came here today to see firsthand what fighting for Louisiana students looks like. Louisiana is only one of 8 states in the nation that still requires students to pass graduation exit exams to earn their diploma, and we're the only state that does not have an appeal process in place. An appeal process does not circumvent knowing the material. It allows students the opportunity to show their content mastery in an alternative means in order to satisfy that graduation requirement. In Louisiana, we brag of our diverse culture, and educational leaders claim to support every student within our classrooms. However, we've turned a blind eye to many of the learners within our schools. Many have disabilities that significantly impact their ability to be successful on standardized tests. This in no way means that they do not know the content of those classes that they have taken. They've proven their knowledge working with their teachers and have passed all of the coursework. They simply struggle on tests that by design have been found to be discriminatory against certain groups of individuals. I come to you today to implore you to support the Excel appeal process. What began as a push to level the playing field for our EL students has expanded to include dyslexic students, students with anxiety disorders, ADHD, and a myriad of other real hardships that may prohibit them from finding success on a regimented timed exam. A test that offers no flexibility to the fact that many of the questions include words that do not even exist in the native language of an EL student or creates overwhelming stress for students already struggling with crippling anxiety. Supporting Excel is not removing graduation requirements. Last year, my school had 378 graduates and only 3 did not graduate physically. 2 of those are EL students and the other is Section 504 student with a learning disability. These students are all fully capable. They passed every course that Louisiana required them to complete, and they've earned many credentials. They simply could not pass that singular test. For 2 of those students, it was in a foreign language that they had already shown their teachers that they knew the content. The Excel process obviously will not open the floodgates of giving diplomas out to students that have not earned them. Supporting Excel is simply supporting diverse learners like every other state in the nation has already chosen to do. Thank you.
Sir? Good morning. My name is Brendan Hawkins. I am representing Audit, a nonprofit that advocates for youth, as well as I'm educating this race here in Louisiana. I would like to say that I have had the privilege of educating a lot of students in this state, and I have seen that the adversities that they have overcome, the challenges that they have endured, be it their language, their background, whatever the case may be. I have seen students go to 6th, 7th, 8th grade, with a 4th grade, 3rd grade reading level. I have mentored and tutored these students single-handedly, along with a lot of other educators, staying up late at night, making sure that they eat well, making sure they have the resources that they need for them to get to high school, work really hard to get to high school, and get to a place where they get a singular test, and they're not able to be successful productive members of society because they feel stuck, because they work really, really, really hard to get to that place, and because they're not able to fit in a one-size-fits-all model, their dreams are deferred. And it is saddening, and it is heartbreaking to see students cry. And they say, Mr. Hawkins, what do I do now? What can I do now when they work so hard? I have seen students who are C&D students who have been able to pass the exam, and because of that, they're able to go on. They're not better students than some of these other students who are honor roll students, but because of where they are in life, this is what has happened. We have an opportunity in our great state of Louisiana. We have an opportunity to provide our students and our families with some choices. We have an opportunity now to right some wrongs and to provide an equitable outcome and medium for that was no longer or was not available for them previously. So I am in great support of the Excel appeals process because there's a lot of things that are said to be done to support our students and to fight for our students and to advocate for our students and what's best for students in schools, and it's not. But this is, so please, vote for this, and I support the Excel support appeals process. Thank you.
Introduce yourself and you may proceed.
My name is Tristan Wilford, and I speak to you as a student from Brooklyn High School, and I speak to you on behalf of friends and brothers who will be affected by this in his past. My younger brother has dyslexia. He failed his English League test 2 years in a row, and if he doesn't get the chance to retake this, he not only will be refused the right to graduate, he will be refused the right to participate in the activity that he loves to do in later years in high school. I also speak to you on behalf of my friend Benjamin Ondo Obama Beto, who is a foreign exchange student from a small country in Africa called Ecuadorian Guinea. He failed his English League test last year, and if he is not allowed the chance to retake this test, he will age out of the curriculum for wrestling and will not be able to succeed when he goes on later in life and works towards being a citizen in Louisiana and a citizen that helps other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to call up 8 more people. Linda Villanera, representing herself, supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. Oriana Pro, representing LPSS, supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. Mia Rivas, representing LPSS Educator Rising, supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. Gina Ocampo supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. That's 4. We'll get 4 more. Ryan Duran, representing the Excel Coalition, supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. Alex, we can only get 1 person representing our recommendation, so it'll be 2 minutes. Alex Cortez Audron supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. Emma Merle supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. And Druga Chavez supports the recommendation, wishes to speak. All right, you may proceed, ma'am.
I am Glenda Villanueva. I'm a student from Raleigh High School. I am in support of the Excel process. I have seen students drop out of high school or be put behind simply because they cannot graduate with their peers. Louisiana has one of the most lowest graduation rates, with only being 41% of ESL grads, while other states' graduation rates is even 60 or even 80% of graduation of ESL students. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Next, please. For the roll call, Steve. Thank you. Yes.
My name is Will, and I'm a senior at Acadiana High School. I am in support of Excel, and I was a student in French immersion for 7 years. And I was a student in French immersion for 7 years, and it was one of the most difficult processes to take state testing, having been learned everything in a completely different language, and having to figure out how to translate what you are seeing on the test from what you have learned. And some of the things you have learned were not taught in English. Like, they never told you what it was in English from what you learned in French. And it was so difficult to be able to pass those tests and just to move on from 4th grade to 5th grade. And I understand that it's hard for even high school students, and I believe that the Excel should be moved, not just for ESL students, but also for immersion students who also struggle with state testing. That's all I have.
Great, thank you, ma'am.
The education system is evolving.
I'm sorry, give us your name, please.
My name is Mia Rivas, and I support the Excel graduation program. The education system is evolving, but English learners still face disproportionately low graduation rates compared to the average American student. In 2022, only 45% of the EL students graduated, making them the lowest graduation subgroup in the state. This is due to the lack of support that schools are able to provide for them during their high school years. This also has to do with the fast-paced curriculums that the American student faces on a daily basis. But the question here really is, do we really want these students to give up on their dreams to go to higher places? Because many of these students want to go to higher education and want to be able to provide for themselves and their families. I know I do. And so the Access Graduation Program offers these opportunities. And I want to advocate for this. I'm really passionate about this. Just like J.C. Warner Romeo said, this resolution is not about supporting mediocrity, it's about expanding opportunities for these students. Thank you for your time.
Next, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Gina Ocampo, and I support for the Excel appeal process. I will speak on my personal opinion. I came here 26 years ago as an ESL student from Honduras, and I recently moved to La Sierra Academy, which I love the program because they support the ESL students. I would say that the process of being able to take a test where you are very not familiar with the language is very difficult, and I'm just speaking from experience. And this doesn't determine the intelligence of the student. Most of the students coming here from a different country wanting to succeed in this country, not just in this state. And as we know, Louisiana is one of the states that the ESL population is really emerging. And so therefore, giving them an opportunity to show that they can graduate high school is a way for them to feel like they just not came to this country to cross over and become a better person, but also to have a better education. Because where I come from, education is very limited, and if you are able to just finish 6th grade, you should be, you should feel proud of yourself. So therefore, take into consideration everybody's opinion. Is really helpful. And when a student comes in here from a different country and not able to graduate high school, it demotivates them, because when you leave, your mindset is that you want to come here and be able to graduate and to say, I did it, not just for yourself, but also for your family. I am a first college graduate for my family members, so and I came here, I went to UNL, and I'm proud of myself, and I would love to see most of my students graduate. Now I'm teaching high school level, and their eyes, when they complete something, their vision is always there, but just motivating them from not graduating is just another boundary for us. Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Ryan Duran, and I'm also in support of the Excel appeals process. I worked as a clinical social worker with K-12 English learners in the greater New Orleans area for the past 7 years. But long before that, I was the fortunate recipient of a quality education and diploma from a Louisiana high school, which has in turn opened so many doors for me, specifically the opportunity to serve my Louisiana community as a social worker. For the last 3 years, I worked as the English learner social worker for Jefferson Parish Schools. I witnessed countless cases of high school seniors facing the disheartening news that they wouldn't graduate because they failed one of their required LEAP exams after numerous attempts. But last school year was particularly difficult. It was the year that Grace King High School announced that it would be closing its doors. The seniors of 2023, though heartbroken, felt a sense of honor to be its last graduating class. Grace King was a pillar in the Metairie community, with over 60% of its student body identifying and speaking another language other than English. Many of the 2023 seniors were students who had arrived to the U.S. with less than 4 years and who were still on their pathway to mastering the English skills. In spite of these challenges, so many of them continued to excel in their course material and were at the top of their class. When they purchased their caps and gowns, they did so with so much pride. However, when they found out less than 2 weeks before the ceremony that they wouldn't be graduating with their peers because they failed the LEAP test, these star students felt diminished and left behind. Furthermore, when they learned that they would have to repeat 12th grade at a new school in the following year, many felt so disappointed that they chose not to continue trying in a system that wouldn't try for them, and they dropped out of school entirely. One of those students that I worked closely with, Jordy, was a brilliant student who came to the U.S. in 2021 with nearly all his high school credits that he earned from a prestigious naval academy in Honduras before he had to leave his country unexpectedly to seek asylum. He was only at Grace King for 2 years before his consistent efforts got him through his ESL courses and earned him all his remaining credits towards graduation. However, because he didn't have the advanced English language skills necessary to pass the American History or Biology LEAPs after attempting both twice, he realized he wouldn't be receiving a diploma that he had more than earned. For this school year, he has yet to report to his new school where he was sent to carry out the fall semester. If Louisiana rolls out the Excel appeals process now, there won't be another story like Jordy's or that of any other countless English learner who didn't receive a high school diploma after all their hard work and satisfactory grades. As a graduate of a Louisiana high school, a graduate of Tulane, of LSU,
About 5 more seconds.
I'm a strong believer in the quality of education that Louisiana offers. So of course I support this appeals process.
Great. Thank you, sir. Very well done. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Alice Fuertes Sandoran. I'm here in support of all English language learners whose English language proficiency levels are not high enough to pass LEAP tests and graduate. I am in favor of the Excel appeals process. A high school diploma earned by an English learner is the path of a successful future for them and for our state. My former English language learner, Jason, came to the U.S. almost graduating from high school in Honduras. He was an amazing student there, and all his credits were transferred, so he started school here in Louisiana as a junior. His English level was low, but he managed to pass all his classes. He had an average 3.1 GPA. The idea of failing high-stakes standardized tests that were going to prevent him from graduating pushed him to think about dropping out. My colleagues and I were able to convince him not to leave school and do his best to pass the LEAP exams. He couldn't pass these exams, and he ended up abandoning the rest of his educational career because he couldn't see the light at the end of the road. For Jason, not being able to graduate high school and attend a higher education program has been a personal and community loss. His dream was to be a teacher or paraprofessional so he could give back to the community who welcomed him and guided him through his short educational experience. I hope for not more cut short stories like Jason's. I support the Excel appeals process. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board, Superintendent Brumley. I'm humbled by the educators, the students, professionals, and parents speaking what we know is right for students today. Throughout this journey with Excel, we've heard, experienced, and learned of so many stories that have strengthened the belief in this policy. I last spoke with a mother I met this summer who wrote letters of support because her daughter's been struggling with sickle cell anemia and has been in and out of the hospital for the past 2 years, unable to pass the biology or US history LEAP. 2 months ago, one of my students was paralyzed after jumping into a lake. And after a long hospital stay and mentally coming to the terms with his new reality, he's being told he must still pass 2 more LEAP exams in order to graduate, even though he has met other requirements. Last week, one of our students' families came to school to pick up their child because his sister had committed suicide in their home. And I still have to tell him he needs to pass 2 LEAPs in order to graduate. Our current LEAP graduation requirements leave no grace for students with health impairments, dyslexia, who are new to the English language, or who are grieving. Requiring the passing of an exam is a one-size-fits-all policy, while our students are beautifully and fiercely and individually unique. I spoke at a national conference for educators this past summer about Excel, and the questions I received were all the same. Wait, why do students have to pass exams to graduate? That's not a requirement in my state. That's unfair if students are passing their classes and are attending school. And the commentary repeated itself from educators across the country. Last month, we also spoke to an LSU policy class about Excel, and out of curiosity, I asked the students to raise their hands if they went to private school, or high school, or they were homeschooled. Half the class raised their hand. I then explained that it would make sense they didn't previously know about the LEAP requirement for graduation because it didn't apply to them. We acknowledge that we are holding students in public schools to different and unfair standards. 4 years ago, I also taught 2 twin boys. They had been in the U.S. school system for the same amount of time, but Francisco was unable to pass the LEAP exam, and they moved to Tennessee. They were safe there and able to graduate. It is sad to think that they could have been successful business owners in our state. Without Excel, we're forcing a generation of students to drop out, become disconnected, and to move to other states. Please support the Excel policy today.
Rebecca Chavez, Excel Coalition. I'd like to speak to the 6 of you who listened to my student stories in June and chose to use your power affirmatively for these students. Emma and I were really nervous to reach out to each of you. We drafted emails, practiced our PowerPoint presentations, made sure Zoom links were working, and meticulously prepared to meet with each of you, hoping that you would listen and care. And you did. Even though our students come from different countries, speak different languages, you saw that they also believed in the promise we tell all of our students here. If you work hard, be kind, and persist, you can have the future you dream of. So when you told us that the only way to pass this appeals process, for it to have legal standing, for it to last, was to open the process for all students, we trusted you. Emma and I were scared, but we trusted you. And we trusted that even with this expansion, you would hold true to the original intent, to plan for immigrant students, the most invisible students, the ones who are never thought of when policy is written. And in June, we saw a beautiful thing here. We saw a coalition of English learner students, immigrant students, students with dyslexia, students who are parenting, students with acute health conditions. Students from all over the state come here and tell you that they are more than just a test score, that they are a young person with a bright future and talents to give to the community. And on that day, the 6 of you proved the phenomenon that Angela Glover Blackwell calls the curb cut effect. When the Americans with Disabilities Act passed in 1990, the president at the time said, "Let the shameful wall of exclusion finally come tumbling down," and that was literal. The ADA required changes to the built environment for individuals with the least access, namely people who use wheelchairs. Initially, it was costly to cut curbs of sidewalks and create accessibility, but they quickly learned that other groups benefited from this change. Parents pushing strollers, children biking, people pushing grocery cart, and this phenomenon became a model for public policy. Planning for the most marginalized allows everyone to fully participate in society with no hindrance. And so, in your short time left on this board, my encouragement to you is this, is to cut every curve that you see. Ask yourself if there are artificial man-made barriers that we are reinforcing the unequal outcomes that exist. Can we design a system that is planned with the most vulnerable students in mind, and then go about the work you already do best? Planning for best teaching and learning practices, making sure that education is a sustainable profession, planning for quality classroom experiences. We trusted you, we continue to trust you, and for the decades of students who will benefit from this, thank you.
Next, we'll have Leslie Gutierrez, Martin Niglia, Bridget Nealon, Elizabeth Osberg. Those will be the first 4. And then after that, Rocky Seal, Dr. Aaron Finley, Shay Oaks, and Kelly Potter. Gutierrez, you may go first.
Hello, my name is Alex Gutierrez, and I am senior in Whitehall High School in New Orleans. I'm coming to United States from Honduras 2 years ago, and already feel like New Orleans is my home. I've been working very hard to perfect my English because I know how important it is to live a full and successful life here in the United States. While it has been difficult, I still have 3.6 GPA. And my dream is to become an agricultural engineer and work in livestock industry here in Louisiana. For me to achieve my goal, I need a high school diploma while I plan to try very hard to pass my NIP exam this year. I know that it will be difficult because I am still learning English. I don't believe that exam measure my success, my hard work, and my GPA measure my success. That is why I believe we need Excel now for myself and my peer. All my Latin classmates work hard to be able to pass to exam to achieve or sometimes it is difficult for everyone because we don't have.
I'm sorry, your time has expired, but I appreciate your comments. Okay, thank you.
My name is Gordon Cernelia, and I am the English Learner Specialist, Coach, and Director for Concordia Parish Schools. I am also the second Vice President of the Louisiana TESOL Association. I am a Louisiana State Certified Teacher with 2 undergraduate degrees in Biotechnology and Cognitive Neuroscience from Pennsylvania State University, and a Master's degree in Education from Johns Hopkins University. I also graduated from a public high school that is in the top 7% of national rankings. According to the Office of Civil Rights and the Department of Justice, state education agencies and school districts are obligated to meet the following federal requirements: sufficiently staff and support the language assistance programs for EL students, ensure EL students have equal opportunities to meaningfully participate in all curricular and extracurricular activities, including the core curriculum, graduation requirements, and specialized and advanced courses. According to the Louisiana State Profile 2021 to 2022 Educator Workforce Snapshot published by the LDOE, our schools are not sufficiently staffed with highly qualified certified teachers. Therefore, too many of our EL students do not have equal opportunities to meaningfully participate in graduation requirements. This report does not report on the number of EL certified personnel, therefore the LDOE has not publicly presented evidence to claim that they are sufficiently staffing and supporting language assistance programs for EL students, though I am aware that we are currently taking or have action steps towards fixing that problem. There were 2,315 uncertified teachers and tested subjects in grades 4 through 8 in the 21-22 school year. There were 460 uncertified teachers and high school tested subjects, not including biology or U.S. history. 49% or 5,784 teachers in grades 4 through 12 certified and uncertified with a BAM score scored less than effective proficient. 48% of our certified teachers in grades 4 through 8 score below effective proficient. 52% of our uncertified teachers in grades 4 through 8 score below effective proficient. 46% of our certified high school subject areas teachers scored below effective proficient. 59% of uncertified teachers in high school subject areas scored below effective proficient. We have approximately 34,500 English learner students in Louisiana if we assume that all school districts correctly identify and report their EL students. If the teacher is not certified or scores below effective proficient on the BAM scale, then there is a valid argument that the student does not have an equal opportunity to meaningfully participate in these curricular programs in a way that would allow them to be successful in a state standardized assessment. Subsequently, they would not have an equal opportunity to meaningfully participate in this graduation requirement.
About 10 more seconds.
The LEAP exams also assess in rigorous standard English, which is equivalent to an advanced English language proficiency level as defined by the ELPS, which is far beyond the minimum proficiency in spoken and written English that was talked about in Dr. Brumley's letter regarding this process.
Thank you, ma'am. And just as a reminder, for individuals, it's 2 minutes, and those representing organizations, it's 3 minutes. We'll try to get the timing down with the clock. All right, next, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Osberg. I'm the founder and CEO of Educators for Quality Alternatives. I want to speak a little bit as a school administrator with the concerns regarding conflict of interest and administrating this program. As the head of alternative education, it's extremely important to us that we have very high standards. Obviously, our students are looked at and our schools are looked at with the assumption that we are pushing them through and that they aren't as strong as other students. So when the April Dunn Act, Act 833, was first put out, we were concerned that much as we loved our kids and as hard as we worked with them, that it would allow us to slip and lower standards for our kids. But that's not what happened. At our schools, we have a very high percentage of special education students, and every year we have a high percentage that pass the exams, and we have another set of students that do Act 833. As a community, it has made us work harder to identify those students. It has made us work harder and more thoughtfully to develop diverse ways to assess their learning. There are students whose portfolios we know are more intense and more thoughtful assessments of what they know than simply passing the test. When we talk about the concern of the Excel pathway allowing educators to pass students on, I believe that it actually puts a greater responsibility on educators to ensure that no student is passed along. Just like with Act 833, there was a concern about that, but instead of saying, these students are special education students, they're not going to pass this test, and we need to put our focus elsewhere, instead with Act 833, we had an opportunity to focus and ensure that they graduated. Similarly, I believe that this will give us pathways to focus our work with these students. And finally, when we look at the success of our young people who have graduated on the April Dunn or Act 833 pathway, those students are in college, they're in trade school, and they're in programs at the same rate as our students who graduated passing the state exams. And I believe the same will be true with the students on the Excel pathway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm Bridget Nealon. I'm here representing myself. I've already testified against the proposal and submitted written comments, so I wanted to limit my remarks today about the process, the SPCAR, and some new items that were brought up in the SPCAR. Unfortunately, I'm at a disadvantage because I have not seen what was handed out by Bessie as a SPCAR that was revised. We are not debating a public document here. I've not seen it. I don't know who in the audience has. But something as important as this policy, I think stakeholders need to be respected and allowed to comment on it. I don't understand why something of this magnitude, a policy of this magnitude, doesn't even have the same type of process you all gave for the social studies standards and the early learning standards. There was one meeting on this, and then it came into Bessie, and stakeholders were not given ample opportunity, including Accountability Council and others. There's still critical problems we face statewide, as the speaker just spoke about, providing adequate support and education for ELL students. This policy provides an alternative diploma path, but we've done nothing for the struggling 4th or 6th grade student. What are we to do with them? We have no policy. We wait until they go into their senior year and then we say, oh, give us a portfolio and you might be able to pass this exam. It's just unthinkable that someone thinks that they're going to graduate and 2 weeks before they're told they can't. The Bessie report, the SPCAR, because Bessie staff not only works for all 11 members, Bessie staff works for taxpayers as well. It should be an unbiased, objective description of what occurred. The response instead was an additional treatise on the merits of the proposal, some lifted word for word from the original Excel presentation. In my opinion, it's disrespectful to taxpayers and the board members who voted against this. As pointed out by the Legislative Fiscal Office and Representative Harris, this proposal has an associated cost which was discussed at the Bessie meeting. You passed an unfunded mandate in defiance of the law, which says you cannot pass an unfunded mandate except under very specific exclusions. Asserting that the DOE could just give this program to a staff member, a program that will impact dozens of schools, thousands of students, take a staff member who already has assignments.
More seconds.
Thank you. And ask them to administer the program. It's just unreasonable. I appreciate all the efforts here, and I certainly appreciate the intents and acknowledge we have a real problem with PLL students. But I do not believe this is the answer, and I would request that you all defer on it today so we can come back with a more thought-out solution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I was checking the time because earlier, good morning. My name is Deshae Oaks. I'm Vice President of the Louisiana Association of Educators. I'm here today to speak in support of the appeals process recently adopted by Bessie. LA members believe public education is the gateway to opportunity that a high school diploma can provide. For students who are eligible to appeal the standardized assessment, an alternative assessment can be the difference in being able to get a high school diploma and not getting it. LA members believe public education is vital to building respect for the worth, dignity, and equality of every individual in our diverse society. This appeals process provides a dignified path for a student to pursue an alternative assessment, one that does not reduce expectations, but provides a different demonstration of learning. What is a better way that we can show respect for our students than to provide a legitimate, rigorous path to a high school diploma for those who need it most? LA members also believe that all students have the human and civil right to a quality public education that develops their potential, independence, and character. However, we must recognize that those are not necessarily measured by a standardized test. This appeals process recently approved by this board shows an understanding by the board that sometimes a different path is best to show what someone knows and what they can do. For some students, alternative would be to drop out of high school and never have the power of a Louisiana high school diploma to support their next steps in life. LAE members believe public education is the cornerstone of our republic. Public education provides individuals with the skills to be involved, informed, and engaged in our representative democracy. We believe the passage of this appeals process is a demonstration of democracy in action. This process provides an equitable path that did not exist before. And in my personal opinion, I've been around long enough before accountability system came into play, and this has been needed for those many years. For those kids that come crying to me when they don't pass a standardized test because maybe that day somebody died in their family, or something happened at their house before they came to school, or they broke up with their girlfriend or boyfriend. All of that comes into play when these kids take these standardized tests. Y'all may not see it, but I do on a daily basis. And it is very troubling and emotional to me and to those students. LA members from over 20 different school districts took the time from their busy schedules to send letters to Bessie members in support of this appeals process. Please acknowledge their voice as I speak on their behalf. LAE encouraged all Bessie members to support the previous action of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor?
Kelly Blackford, Louisiana Kids Matter. It's unfortunate that I'm here today and opposing this policy. I think we would be in a different place if it only applied to ELL students, which was the intended structure of the original Excel proposal. I think our opposition came, and I know our opposition came once all students were included. And here's my biggest issue with it. We have debated all day as to whether or not we should allow kids to move on and graduate from high school. What I haven't heard one single Bessie member discuss or say is, what are we doing to help these kids earlier in life? I taught 4th grade math and science for 7 years, and I can tell you, by 4th grade, there were children still reading on their 1st grade reading level. I've heard no discussion about high dosage tutoring. I've heard no discussion from this board about what are we doing to equip these kids with the skills they're missing at an early age, because we know they're missing them.
We start in third grade giving them standardized assessments. We know by third grade what skills they're missing. There's no discussion of high dosage tutoring. There's not even been a discussion, quite frankly, of the legislation that was passed this regular session. You want to talk about involving the legislature? You already passed the bill not once but twice, in 2021 and 2023, dealing with high dosage tutoring, using the ESSER funds to make sure teachers remediated the children and gave them high dosage tutoring for any kid that scored below mastery, starting in third grade. If we're having a policy about high schoolers not graduating, we have failed every single kid in the state. Not just the ELL students, every single kid. We need to start much earlier, having high dosage tutoring, intervening, fixing the skills that these children are missing. Bessie, to date, the session ended on June 8th at 6 p.m. To date, this Bessie board has not passed a single policy dealing with high dosage tutoring to codify the law that the state legislature passed. That's a disservice to every student in this state that scores below mastery. Every single student, that's mastery. That's not approaching basic. What you're talking about is handing out diplomas to all children, not just ELL. I can support ELL. Other states have those policies like the Excel policy in place for ELL students. All children who cannot pass 10% of the questions on an exam that they take multiple times. Because we have failed kids. If we have to have a policy for kids that can't get 10% right, would you go to a doctor that only passed 10% of the questions on their exam? Is that who you want operating on you? Do you want people driving on the road that get 9% of the questions right on their test? I don't want a doctor operating on me, and I don't want people on the road that get 9%. That is the discussion we're having today. Instead of figuring out what's wrong, what skills those students are missing, and addressing them. We can address them earlier. We know by third grade what skill sets they're missing. So I implore you to pass policies around high dosage tutoring as quickly as possible, rather than passing a blanket waiver for every kid in high school.
Thank you, Ryan. Next, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ronnie Seal. I am a curriculum specialist for School to Careers in St. Charles Parish Public Schools. And I'm here on behalf of the school system to speak in support of the Excel appeals process. Just in addition to all the things that have been brought up in support, just last year, we've been working very hard as a district to make sure that we partner with industry partners, contractors, to come in and start to mentor and work with our students in many of our career technical education programs. Last year, we had one of those industry partners who was ready to hire a student who was scheduled to graduate, who had earned an NCCR Level 1 welding certification, but could not pass the English LEAP test. This was very disheartening for the student. Fortunately, the student has decided to come back this year to continue to try to pass that test. But I'm also a background as a secondary English teacher. I've taught 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th grade English, so I'm very familiar with the type of English instruction that is occurring in the test the skills that the students are expected to pass on the LEAP test. I do not believe that that student last year would need to go into an NCCR trainer's guide and analyze the text and try to pull out supporting details to support what the main idea of the passage was, when he was obviously able to read and pass the modules and pass the skills and performance tasks necessary, not to mention be scouted out and identified by a contractor who was willing to hire this student. But this student cannot go into that job because, of course, the policies are required that a high school diploma be earned. Just wanted to bring up that example that it just doesn't make sense that a student who has the ability to excel and be scouted out and offered a position by a contractor who is ready to put him to work and cannot do so because he cannot analyze the text in the way that the test would require. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to invite up now Ms. Karanda Corley, Ms. Mary Jacob, Jody Rollins, Kathleen Canino, and John Foster Benoit.
I'm going to go first.
All right.
And with all due respect, Mr. Castell, I'm gonna allow all of them to speak first before me.
You want to sit on the next row, let the next person?
Most definitely.
Ms. Jacobs?
Hi, I didn't put this as a FHF thing because it's more personal than that. Last year I got a call on a Saturday from a little girl and that went to school in Mandeville. She was a senior. She was also a foster child. And she ran into my daughter and gave her phone number because my daughter, 20 years ago almost, left school without a diploma too because of the same exact reason we're talking. It was the year before after 33 was passed. So she told us, she says, come along because she knows all kinds of stuff about how you can graduate still. The problem occurred that this little girl passed out, and she actually had great grades. Could not pass the math part of the test for anything. She struggled with the thing to science and finally got it where it needed to be, but she couldn't pass the math part. And they told her she wasn't going to graduate without the math part passed. So she was in a foster home placement that she was going to have to leave. Her plan was to go to college, finish 4 years of college. She was also already offered a scholarship to college. She was going to college. And now the little girl's doing nothing, y'all. She's has nothing. She doesn't have a foster home. The last time I talked to her, I literally think she's living on the streets. I feel like this child's life has been ruined because of this. Because there was some kind of safety net for her. The whole system, I mean, not only education, but the whole DCFS system, everything failed her. You know, I just think that there's always going to be kids, no matter what kind of grades they make, they just do lousy on standardized tests. That, you know, when a kid tells me today, I made a 30 on my standardized on my ACT, I said, that's great, I only had to take mine 3 times to get that, you know. So it's some people just don't do good on those things, and there needs to be something else. But I do agree with what some of the other people have said about, you know, we got to be very careful the way we do it because we don't want to be just handing out wholesale and diplomas out. I totally agree and understand that. But there's got to be some kind of plan that makes sense for these kids that are, you know, really done everything they can and can't pass that test. I mean, why can't they? If they've made good grades, they've earned the grades, and they can't pass that test, we got to figure out why. What's wrong with that?
Thank you, ma'am.
So I just wanted to point out.
State your name for the record, please.
Kathleen Canino, St. Anthony. So I think the main issue would if moving forward with this, would just be that our State Department of Education needs to validate, make sure that there's monitoring, is really checking for what these children are doing. Because if the children, like Mary said, are passing everything else, and we know that, then there shouldn't be something else to hold them back. But if you are not validating that the self-reported data from the LEAs is correct, then you're going to fall into the same problem that us parents, parents of children with disabilities have, where what's being reported is not what's happening, and that they are just handing out diplomas. And so you don't want to be in that same boat. So I think you need to start with the monitoring and make sure that is really catching what is being done or not being done. And then I know someone mentioned vouchers. The issue with vouchers, there is another state that did that the money followed the child, and they got money to go to private schools. Well, another state did that, and as soon as they did that, just private schools, they upped their tuition so that it was still not accessible to all children. And lastly, if something like that were to happen, it's going to leave the children with disabilities and the Black and brown children in our public schools, and it's going to take that money away from those kids, and then those children are going to be the ones that still are suffering. So I just ask that you consider those things. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, if people would not mind answering a quick question. You just mentioned that, I heard you right, that diplomas are currently just being handed out. I think you implied that they're being handed out where they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Could you expand on that just a little bit?
So there's children with disabilities, and they take the Leap Connect test. And that test is read to all children with disabilities regardless. So we don't know if those kids can all read. We'll say that first. And then second, there are districts that have children in self-contained all the time. But those districts require science. I mean, every graduation pathway requires certain credits or units
of science and social studies, the 4-4, and those are not on the LEAP Connect test for children with significant disabilities. However, these children are magically getting these credits without having the goals for science and social studies, without going into a typical or a general ed classroom, and then they are still graduating somehow without having the necessary units.
And so are you saying that you think,
They're just getting
using the
passed
words
along.
I used before, having another set of eyes, such as the state superintendent, might help with that situation?
I guess it depends on what Dr. Brumley would do once he sees it, what his authority would be to take any action on that.
Well, if he's reviewing it, his authority would be to reject it or approve it if it's not meeting the standards.
But that would be more helpful. I mean, you gotta have checks and balance. And there needs to be something like, okay, I had a class in high school and the only reason I passed was because I gave the teacher brownies and gave Dr. Pepper.
And if I could go one step further, do you think awarding these unearned diplomas are helping the children?
I would be careful in saying unearned. They might be earned, but like a lot of people said, there's certain people that don't do well in standardized testing, and so they just can't pass that test. So if those children did all the other work and they made the grades and they worked hard, then they did earn that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a comment to you about that?
I would leave that to the chairman.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. So I would be curious to know if they came to Baton Rouge, what would Dr. Brumley be looking at? Because if it's just grades, then that's not going to be very helpful, because we know we have a lot of kids with special needs that they may be making the honor roll, but they're certainly not doing anything remotely close to grade level work. But I know personally several children that are graduates with a absolute regular diploma. You can look at it, it's a regular diploma. They cannot read, they cannot write, they cannot do math. They can't do anything. And I asked a question, how do they get a diploma? And I was explained through we have like a back door that allows kids, if you do certain things, not that Act 833, even though we have some of them that don't read or write either, but this is they're telling me a regular diploma that their kids got, and they would, in my mind, there would be at least Connect kids, but it's not the parents are very much adamant that, oh no, we were told this is what it is because they did this, this, and this. So depending on what happens once it gets up here, if we're just looking at grades, that's not probably going to be sufficient enough, because we don't know what that's based on.
My understanding of the amendment that's on the table is that the superintendent of the state would be added to the superintendent of the local school district in the list of people who would review the appeals approval to make sure it was done properly. So he would look at the whole process. Just like the local superintendent would do.
For each individual child, are you saying he's going to look at each individual child?
My guess is that he would appoint someone, assign someone to that and bring that information.
Well,
the
I mean, I guess
opinion or result to him.
my concern is, our legislators pass great stuff sometimes, and it's really supposed to help our kids, like Steve Carter. And then we have no follow through on a state level, and no monitoring, and no real monitoring, no on-site. Nothing is verified, and there's very little accountability from the districts. So as a Bessie board, when you waiver every single superintendent that comes in here with this little sob story about how you can't resource his teachers enough, you can't hire librarians, and you give them money regardless of what their performance is, now you think that the LDOE, Mr. Garvey, cares what Kate Brumley thinks of what they're doing? You think the LEAs do? Because they don't. They're not scared of him. They're not following through a lot of the time. There are many children who get to high school in these districts that can't read. How is this happening? How did we get here? We got here because of autonomy and all that implies. But
we are not, I mean, anybody will tell you, no matter how well you run your business, you have to kick the tires every once in a while and see what's going on. Are we doing that? I don't think we are. And, I mean, my son will never take these tests again. And I've told my district, I don't care, you'll have to get a court order for my two children to take the Leap Connect again. It's not going to happen. Because it's no measure of their intelligence. But whose fault is this? It's not the children's fault. Where are we failing them? I just don't see how Dr. Brumley hiring somebody to look over the decision that a superintendent's made is going to change anything. I've heard superintendents in meetings tell LDO staff that they're not going to do what they're directed to do unless it raises their score. And nobody said anything. When they didn't test every kid for literacy, nobody did anything. I asked Mr. Garvey, remember the email? I asked repeatedly, what did you do, Dr. Brumley? And he didn't have an answer. Did he answer you privately, Mr. Garvey?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we don't know what's going on in our schools. That's the answer. I wish we didn't need waivers, but it's not the children's fault that we need them. And I don't believe it's most of the teachers' fault. We have some good teachers, but we're wavering that too. Now we want to put them in a room with a paraprofessional and a big screen because it's cheaper. But is it good for kids? I don't think so.
I would add, I did not ask you prior to the meeting. If you have a chance.
Well, why don't you ask it now?
But I would agree.
What did y'all do when they didn't test all the kids for literacy?
Solving the whole problem would not be solved by adding the extra set of eyes, but I think it's a start. And I think after that, making the locals care about what the superintendent says, does, or his opinion would be the next step.
How would you do that?
Right now, I'm taking one step at a time.
So, Ms. Rollins, you have 2 minutes for your own public comments. I know you were responding to the question. If you have anything else to add.
This is a troubling issue to hear about because it's a sign of what came first, the chicken or the egg. Do we waiver kids or do we address why they need the waivers? For example, EL learner, I've seen teachers, and Kathleen has, they don't speak Spanish. And they're teaching EL class. And we've devalued the education profession, the teaching profession so much that we don't have a pipeline of teachers wanting to do this anymore. And now we need waivers. All we do, it seems like, is waiver all these requirements we've made. It's a problem. And I mean, I don't have all the answers, but I have a lot of questions. I have a suggestion though. Instead of all these consultants we keep hiring, why don't we better utilize that money to focus on higher standards teaching that profession of people? Because we've got an awful lot of contracts out there, and I'm not sure what these people do. But they don't work for us, they're hired separately. And so far, I mean, we're still a lower performing state, very low. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. John Foster Benoit.
Yes, thank you. My name is John Foster Benoit. I'm a senior at Willie High School, and I'm representing here today West Baton Rouge Educators Rising. I would first like to thank Bessie. Last time I came here, I'm a second year, course 2, and last year when I came here, the motions were not very controversial, so it was just kind of, but today I appreciate the fact that we're debating and we're talking about this because it shows that you care. And it shows that you care about us and us as students. So I really want to thank y'all for that and accommodating us here today. Another thing I do want to say was there was concerns about, from a board member, that the population here today with public comments is not an accurate population of the state. But I would like to comment, as an Educators Rising member and as speaking on behalf of Educators Rising, we are a double-edged sword. We are students who are in schools and taking these LEAP tests, as well as people who plan to lead the classrooms in the future. So we are here, and you have heard every single Educators Rising member up here in support of this Excels appeal process, and we're the ones that are going to have to be dealing with students, our own students and students today in the future. So I'd just like to, express those concerns that we are a double-edged sword. And we hope that this Excel appeals process is going to encourage more teachers, because that's what we're all about. If you're not familiar with Educators Rising, we are a club that focuses on strengthening that teacher pipeline. Ms. Eckert founded it. Bruley was actually the first club back in 2019 But yes, I'd just like to address those concerns. Although sure, I don't know what polls were referenced, but there may have been polls maybe that differ from our own personal opinion. But as future teachers, as future people who hope to use this Excel appeals process in the future, we strongly support it on behalf of West Baton Rouge. And then once again, I really want to thank y'all. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Garvey.
you for wanting to be a teacher.
On the last speaker's words, I would say that if this appeals process is not passed,
Yes, sir.
eventually, which could happen in December or January of next year, I believe that members of Bessie that are returning would be eager, if it does not pass, to try and find another way to solve the problem other than the way that's being proposed today. And I think that they would be eager to work with you in the future to try and address that.
And that's wonderful.
My opinion, based on what I've heard people say, and my guess is that the Bessie members that will be brand new, that are not returning, would be similarly inclined. So just take that with you.
Yes, thank you. And like, I really do appreciate that. That shows, that care that I mentioned. And just as a student, like I said, hearing my fellow students speak about how unfair they think the lead tests are and how they would like another process. That's why I made that comment. If we did put this appeals process in place, I do believe a small amount of people would be more inclined in the teaching profession because they would see that people care. But I do recognize and I do appreciate that comment.
All right, thank you, folks. Mr. Corley?
Good afternoon, my name is Karonda Corley, parent and worldwide disabilities advocate. I done graduated. I'm no longer just national. I'm worldwide, thanks to the viral video of EBR school system and their abuse of power. And my child is present here today, and unfortunately, I'm supposed to have 3 minutes. I'm speaking on behalf of an organization. Reset my time. I do have my child present. He is a child with a disability. He is a future self-advocate. He is nonverbal, and he does communicate with American Sign Language that he is not afforded due to the school system's incompetence and inability to follow and adhere to the law that your body actually governs. So when you say, Mr. Garvey, that you want Dr. K. Brumley to put his eyes on the IEPs or anything in between, all you're doing is opening him up to more litigation that he's going to face, that he's probably about to face now due to superintendents like Dr. Cito Narcisse failing to do their job. So when I talk about why I am up here against this, I'm against it because, number one, your superintendents and your administrators don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't know anything about this bulletin. They didn't know anything about it in its original form before you even thinking about trying to amend it or change it. And we can talk about every other amendment, every other bulletin you have. They still don't know it. They don't know how to follow it. And as much money as you giving Mr. Wayne T. Stewart, who is a clinical psychologist as well as the attorney for LDOE and 90% of your LEAs, he don't know how to fix it because they don't know how to follow the law. And part of the problem is that they just failing to read. Failing to read. You can't teach children to read when you as adults fail to do it too. It's all about leadership, and part of being a leader means you lead by example. You can't lead by example if you're failing to do it. You did today. Today you actually told them that you wanted the SEEP committee to actually address a legislative audit report. Whose job is that? That's the legislator's job, not theirs. But the SEEP committee has no power to implement, enforce, or create anything. Their power is to advise Bessie. When the hell are we going to wake up and start doing what we're supposed to do? My child is here, not at school, because they're not doing their job. Bessie, you're not doing your job. Senator Katrina Jackson actually addressed this, talking about how the families don't even know what track their children are on because the staff failed to follow the job. As far as reading, how do we fix this? Number one, we give a consequence. Don't come up with wanting to change staff, because you do have Paris Taylor now working for Hammond Seals, Atkins, Geis, Jonas, and Perkins. That is an ethical violation in its own, but that's a different story for a different day, right? You want to create an ombudsman, that's only one person. You're not fixing the problem. You're kicking the can down the streets, and you're failing to do your job. What if you really wanted to do your job? It's 10 regions in this state. Why you don't have a group of people in each region? How about that? It's 64 parishes in this state, and we have 69 school systems. That's not even including the charters that have their own governing authority. You're not fixing anything. You did not even address the audit that deals with the school for the deaf and blind, but yet you wanted to have C address this one dealing with formal state complaints, dispute resolution, that still is not being addressed right now, even after the audit report. So when you want to talk about realistically how we going to do it, realistically you're going to do it by having a committee of people that look like me, who has had their rights violated in front of the world, in front of my child with disregard to him and his safety at the hands of people that fall up under this board. That's how you fix it. You have us right here. So we can actually tell you, not a venting session, but we realistically come here with solutions. Because I've always came here, not with a problem, but also with a solution. And goddamn it, I'm tired of coming and you not fixing the problem. We gonna fix it today. Because I don't want to keep hearing any other parents say, oh, Miss, we don't have a solution, but we got problems. Mr. Garvey, it was convenient for him to get up out of his seat as an attorney. But it's a problem for me when I'm sitting here telling you about solutions. And it's a problem even more so when the Advisory Council of Student Behavior and Discipline or Meredith Jordan have to come here and give reports, and we can't give them because you're making it impossible for the staff that you have here to do their job. Why? Because you, Dr. Bromley, because we're going to give credit where credit due. You know that the general administration cut the number of staff here in this body, in this building. And because, if you allow me just a couple of seconds, I promise, thank you, Mr. Castile. If you allow me that respect, I'm going to give you that respect. Dr. Bromley, you know that this body and this staff got cut. Why don't you rehire or hire more people so that way we can actually realistically address the situation? But with the skeleton crew that you have right now, it's not going to get addressed. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Castile, for that, because ignorance don't constitute as a form of defense. That's what every attorney always said to me, and that's what I'm going to leave this body with.
One more.
Oh, and Mr. Castile, I didn't ask if anybody in this body had any questions, comments, or concerns. Y'all know I'm always here, and I'm always going to be here to answer your questions, your comments, and your concerns. But I wanted to make sure that I gave respect, because I know Mr. Garvey, it was convenient for him to get up and walk away when I came and said what I had to say, to let him know that my 2 cents gonna always stay right here, and I'm gonna always make sure that my child have a voice. And even though he's nonverbal, he definitely has made sure that his presence was known today. Thank you.
The next public comment part is from Dr. Erin Bingley, who had to leave but submitted a letter. She requested that someone read it. I'll just go ahead and do that real quickly. Dear Vice President Castillo and members of the board, thank you for allowing me to provide the testimony on this important item. The Pelican Institute for Public Policy remains opposed to the proposed policy to grant high school diplomas to students who fail Louisiana's long-standing exams. Current policy requires students to earn a meager 10 to 38% of available points on the course test to receive a diploma. Prior to that time, students had to meet a minimum score on the graduation exit exam for 30 years. The safeguard has ensured that diplomas issued by public school systems, which typically assign students to a single school to receive their education, few with alternatives. It is backed with objective evidence of student learning. It's a critical safeguard. Today, 97% of students meet this very basic standard. The small percentage of students who do not meet the graduation standard need additional supports and interventions early on to address their learning gaps. School system data revealed that some schools are doing a better job than others in effectively supporting these students. Bessie should be examining what works, where progress is being made, and can be replicated, and what can be done better across our state to help struggling students progress in their learning. The board should not be focused solely on awarding a piece of paper, nor should it create ways of circumventing the standard, using flawed policies with enormous unaddressed conflicts, costs, and implementation challenges. Whereas the board should abandon this proposal and instead formulate a plan for helping students meet learning expectations. Only then can our state graduate students who are truly college and career ready without needing remediation and without experiencing continued struggles as adults. Let's send a strong message that we believe in them and are willing to do the hard work to help them succeed. Dr. Aaron Biddle. All right, those are the comment cards that persons who wish to speak. The remainder of the public comment cards, I'll read them into the record for those persons who do not wish to speak. Calvin Gaines does not indicate one way or the other whether support or recommend, but I'll read it into the record. Kelsey Tompkins, same thing. Petrella Jackson, same thing. Because Kiana Joseph also does not wish to speak. Malia Taylor supports the recommendation but does not wish to speak. Tremia Green supports the recommendation but does not wish to speak. Connor Moranto supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. Javante McGinnis, here to provide information but does not wish to speak. Madeline Roberts supports the recommendation but does not wish to speak. Aaliyah Record supports the recommendation but does not wish to speak. Mari Brown supports the recommendation but does not wish to speak. Madison Prudham supports the recommendation but does not wish to speak. Sophie Sproles supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. Brian Davis opposes the recommendation but does not wish to speak. He provided testimony to Bessie members. Sai Duga supports the recommendation but does not wish to speak. Shari Holloman supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. Eusebio Francis supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. Caleb Savoy supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. Amiga Abed supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. Jamari Carmouche supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. And those are the remainder of the comment cards on this particular agenda item. I do know.
I want to make one comment before we go, because lots of people have referenced the 10 to 38% of questions answered correctly for a passing grade. I just want us to at least acknowledge the fact that those numbers don't mean what we think they mean if they are not also mentioned in the context of the distribution of the various questions assessing each particular level of knowledge. It's the whole reason we don't report on neat scorecards that are sent home with kids the percentage correct. We use a scaled score because the percentages can only be meaningful in the context of the distribution of the questions. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Mr. Morris, I know you have some additional comments, and I promise to come back to you. I'd like to keep that promise.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. And I want to commend you on the way you facilitated this conversation, so thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
I don't want to repeat Mr. Mellon's previous comments as much as possible, so I'm going to try to follow my notes here, although I might repeat some of Mr. Mellon. So first of all, just my personal position on this, I certainly believe that an appeals process is appropriate, but we need to talk about what is the appropriate appeals process. I agree with, personally I agree with Representative Harris's comments earlier that these are two separate issues. And we need to work on those two separate issues so we get the right solution for the problem. In my view, what we're trying to do here is put a square peg in a round hole. And we're going to create more damage than we are the good intent that's being proposed. So I believe we should have an appeals process, but I believe it should be considering exceptional circumstances. And it should be given exceptional consideration. But what's on the table right now is just too broad. The question was asked, can we design a system to benefit these students? I believe we can, but I don't believe this is that design. Although well-intended, I just think it's too broad. And so I asked myself, okay, well, how do you decide what's too broad and what's not too broad? So I try to look at a simple example. and I agree with Dr. Davis's comments. 10% is not a raw score, it is a scale score, but it is a clear indication of competency. So when I look at a 12th grade student that's going to take a 9th grade math test, this is just one of the 3 tests. So it's either Algebra 1 or Geometry. So you got a 12th grade student that's going to take a 9th grade math test for a high school diploma. So an expectation is you're going to do better than 10% of the scale score. So the student can't pass the test. Well, let's give the student the benefit of the doubt. Let's say he could pass an 8th grade math test. Let's give him a little bit more benefit of the doubt. Let's say he could score proficient on a 7th grade math test. So now we're going to give a high school diploma to somebody that's got a 7th grade math proficiency. You haven't even got to mastery yet. This is just proficient at a 7th grade level. And this is a high school diploma. So I go back to how do you decide what's too broad and what's not too broad? I go back to the Bessie mission statement, which is what we're all called to do. To me, this is the benchmark. And it reads, provide leadership and creates policies for education that expand opportunities for children, empower families and communities, and advance Louisiana in an increasingly competitive global market. So my question is, where are Louisiana students with a 7th grade math efficiency going to compete? Where are they going to compete? If the proposal passes, again, going back to Mr. Miller's comment, into the logistics of how this works out. If the student is going to go this route, they can go to ChatGPT, print it out in get the answer in 5 minutes. Get it printed out in 10 minutes. And in 15 minutes, I got my high school diploma. There's no academic integrity in the current proposal. So I think an appeals process is appropriate, but this hasn't been well vetted. We shouldn't be able to put a system in place where we don't consider. There's so much conversation about the equity in these different systems. Think about the equity in this proposal. You've got one group of students where I can go to ChatGPT and print out my high school diploma. You've got another group of students that are pre-22 cohort, that's one criteria. You've got another group of students that are post-22 cohort, that's another criteria. And then you've got the current standards that are in place for students today that do take a test and they have to do better than 10%. And there's a great deal of scrutiny in the room. We know it's that student's work. So how do we address that equity with this proposal? So my last comment here, Mr. Castillo, is, I think appeals process is appropriate, but this isn't it. I've heard a lot of really good consideration that we should be given for specific cases, a lot of emotion in this conversation at a high school level. But I think about after high school. Whenever the student has got their Louisiana high school diploma with a 7th grade math proficiency, and they go to apply for a job. And then they got more responsibility at that point. They got to support a family. How do you get a job to support a family with a 7th grade math proficiency? And you couldn't score 10% on a scale test. What are we setting our students up for? Where are they going to compete? So I appreciate emotional concerns today, and I think they need to be addressed. But I look at the emotional concerns later. And these are adults. And they've got to address the adult issues with the education that we're providing. So I would ask that we reconsider this item, that we vet it appropriately, that we separate the 2 items, that we get the right solution for the right question, instead of try to rush through it for instant gratification, and instead put something in place that's going to be sustainable and it's going to benefit our students and our state long term. Thank you, Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Mr. Miller.
I want to address Ms. Hunt and Mr. Reinbach. If y'all can come up, I've got a question. It's about what was just added in the revision And it was touched on a few times, but I want to get some clarity for everybody, for the public, so there's no confusion about this. So, if everybody, it's for Bessie, it's the part Superintendent Brumley talked about earlier. It's under the response to position letter posted to Bessie Ward Doc's website on September 30th, as submitted by State Superintendent. It talks about the fiscal note issue. Counselors, my understanding from talking to you all is that Louisiana Revised Statute 49:961.e could be an issue. We don't know at this time whether it's an issue or not, but it could be an issue. Specifically dealing with the fiscal note is my understanding. And from talking with both of y'all just now, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I know Dr. Bofi, sent a letter in on yesterday with a revised FEIS to the LFO. Now, if the LFO comes back and says that funds outside of the 8G are needed, so there is a fiscal note that's attached to it. My understanding from talking with y'all is that this entire process then would have to get kicked back to the NOI. Is that correct?
If there's a change to the financial and economic impact statement, then the process needs to start over, is that your question?
Yes.
I don't think that's correct. I think the financial and economic impact statement is not a substantive change and it should just be published in the register and continue to go forward. That doesn't answer the question about whether or not 961 is an issue, but I don't think that would restart the process. I think it's a substantive change.
Ms. Ronda, I want to clarify. Talking with you a minute ago, we talked about a situation where that could become an issue, 961, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain when that would become an issue?
961E1 prohibits the adoption of a rule that would, according to the legislative fiscal office, result in an increase in expenditure of state funds. And the financial and economic impact statements that I've seen indicate that there will be an increase in expenditures of state funds. There are a couple of exceptions to that, but I'm not of the opinion that either of those would be acceptable.
Okay, so if there's an increase in state funds, what happens?
It is prohibiting final adoption of that.
Okay, so essentially it would be in limbo.
In theory, you could proceed down the road of getting to the final rule, but that statute, under what I've seen and the facts in front of me right now, would prohibit the final adoption.
So it could get all the way to the finish line, but we actually could not implement this. Yeah, it could get a step before the finish line, except we would not be able to implement this policy. Correct?
Unless there would be some change to the financial and economic impact statement, some change in the the facts behind that, then no, it could not be adopted. That statute would prohibit it.
Ms. Hunt, do you agree with that? So my understanding is, again, we could get all the way to 1 inch before the finish line, but at the same time, if there is a financial impact, it could not be put into place. We would be prohibited from implementing the policy. Correct?
Correct.
And at this time, we don't know how long that could take for LFO to get back to us, right?
I just passed out the new fiscal note that was approved by them today.
Okay. And I've just seen it, so I don't know, and I'm not going to have to comment on something. I don't know if y'all have seen it either.
It still indicates an expenditure of funds.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it. It still indicates that there would be an expenditure. It goes through potential sources for financing that expenditure, but it doesn't change what's in the statute if there is an additional expenditure. There is, like I mentioned, there are a couple of exceptions. One of them is a specific legislative appropriation to cover the increase in expenditures. But if we're talking about shifting around budgets and reallocating money, according to an AG opinion that I found, it would not be appropriate, that would not meet the exception of a specific legislative appropriation. That would have to be specifically intended for the school.
So now that we have this, I guess my question is, given this new opinion that we got, are we in that spot where there was a expenditure outside so we can't implement it? Is that what this is saying?
It would still prohibit final adoption. It still would not prohibit y'all going forward with the rule if you chose to, if you thought there was a realistic expectation that things would change, or if you just wanted to go down that road, the board can make that decision. But this would be an impediment to final adoption.
So at this point in time, we can pass it, we just can't implement it. Is that correct?
According to what I've seen, it would not be subject to final adoption given that statute.
Okay. Thank you.
So just to clarify, though, I heard you correctly. You said a few things. You said could, but you're not sure on a couple of occasions because there's a lot to be resolved. One possible resolution is that we just don't go over the budget. We can reallocate within the current budget as long as we don't go over it. Doesn't that solve the problem?
Technically, no. The statute talks about whether or not the financial and economic impact statement indicates there will be an increase in expenditures. So unless and until there is a statement that says there will not be or does not indicate that there is one, then that statute would still be in effect. If we give, the fiscal office information that it can be done or it will be done under the current budget, then that would be a change in circumstances that would allow for the final adoption. But absent something along those lines, we would still be on with that statute.
The key is to give them something that says that we will not go over the budget, correct?
There will not be an increase in the expenditure of state funds.
Got it.
Specific.
Okay. Mr. Garber?
Yes, as we talked about yesterday, your opinion is that we can move to the next step, which I think is the legislative oversight hearings by the House Ed, Senate Ed, and then a review by the governor. Then it would come back to Bessie in December to decide whether or not we would go forward with the final adoption.
Well, I think the motion, that's mostly correct. I think the motion on the table, however, directs staff to proceed with the final adoption.
That's my next point. Doesn't this motion need to be adjusted for that fact? Because it does say, direct Bessie staff to proceed, ... with the submission of the final rule in the Louisiana Register at the appropriate time. Doesn't that last part need to be taken out if we are to not take action to proceed with the final ruling today?
If you want to have another board vote on it, then that would have to be removed or altered to allow for another, or to require another board vote.
Wouldn't this board have a chance in December to vote on that last clause?
My understanding of the timeline is that it would be, or it could be, ready for submission to the state register prior to the December meeting, which means that staff could theoretically, if directed by the board, publish it for final adoption prior to that meeting. There could always be a special meeting or, delay it until the following month for publication or something like that, but that's my understanding of the time.
My understanding from department staff is that the timing would occur before the Bessie December meeting, is that correct? The running of the clock for the final step, which would be the governor's review of the legislative action, would happen before the Bessie meeting. Yeah.
Well, that's not a definite time, because depending on what the legislature does and when, and depending on what the governor does and when, I think that timeline could be subject to change. So I think it could happen before, it could happen after. I don't think we know that for sure.
Okay. to get back to the issue, the final clause that's on the table right now, what's on the table right now has a clause which says, the direct message staff to proceed with the submission of the final rule. And you're saying that that would be inappropriate for us to take action on today because of the fiscal note.
I would encourage y'all to vote on it again. I would only advise y'all to go forward with it if you think there's a chance that this could change under, the statute. If the facts could change such that the statute wouldn't be an impediment. So I don't think I would encourage y'all to leave it up to the legislature and to the governor, but to make sure that y'all have an opportunity to review it again and make sure that this statute is not an issue for final publication.
So is that saying we should take this clause out today?
That's up to you. I think I've expressed.
Any other comments from the board?
After we vote on the current amendment that's on the floor, I'm going to suggest another amendment, which would be to remove that clause, to leave that issue open until our December meeting.
What amendment's on the floor?
What, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to, Mr. Gordon.
We have an amendment that's on the floor right now,
No.
which is to add the superintendent as reviewing, what's that? We did that, we voted on that, okay, great. Well, then-
Wait a minute, well, I think we're talking about two different things.
Are you talking about the car?
I made a motion and a second by Mr. Mallory to add the state superintendent as one of the reviewing people to review the appeals before they're approved.
I don't recall that motion. There's no record of that motion. Sorry, Mr. Gordon.
Do you recall making the second on that motion?
No, he doesn't either.
Not having that, did you have very early this morning?
What is on the
Mr. Garvey's
floor?
the only one that thinks there's a motion on the floor.
ladies
All right. There's only the original motion that's now before the that was a. All right.
Okay, well, then I, for the reasons I stated earlier about the conflict of interest that there is with only having a local superintendent reviewing the school building level committee's decision, I would make an offer amendment that we add the superintendent as a second set of eyes that would review the appeals also.
The state superintendent.
State superintendent. State superintendent.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I just have a question. So does that then mean, just on a technical level, that the because it's an addition, you notice of intent, do the entire process starts again? Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Is that your intent, Mr. Harvey? I just want to make sure I understand.
My intent was to add a second set of eyes to the process.
Okay. Was that, can someone clarify for me, does that have to, like, does it start again?
You really have to add it to any change requires a whole
Start again. Okay.
All right, good. Mr. Morris?
Yeah, I'd like to understand, based on the legal interpretation that we got, if we do what Mr. Walker proposed, I'd like to make sure we understand the outcome, what the consequences would be for students.
You're asking that to our council?
I'm just got the right legal interpretation. I want to make sure I understand the consequences of the vote.
The consequences of the vote on Mr. Garvey's
One thing at a time, right? So whatever's on the table right now, I want to make sure I understand. We vote for it. What are the consequences for students? Okay, based on the legal interpretation that we got, how are students impacted?
I don't think
I don't think that's a legal question. I think it's a policy question. Mr. Garvey's asking for the state superintendent to offer one more review level process. So I don't think it's a legal, but rather policy interpretation.
I think it's a process question relative to going through notice of intent, and I heard Ms. Davis say that if we make any changes, it takes this process back to the beginning of the notice of intent cycle.
So that's what I'm trying to understand. That's the issue on the table. There's nothing else tied to it. I just want to get clarity on that. That's my interpretation. I just want to get clarity on it. There's no other issue tied to the vote other than that.
Well, there could be a fiscal impact on that additional work, but be that as it may, I think from a process standpoint, it's been noted that we have to start the process over if Mr. Garvey's motion to amend passes. With that understanding, and if there's been a motion and a second.
It seems like we're not getting clarity. The attorney can give us accurate information.
He doesn't have an opinion on that particular
Yeah.
issue.
Mr. Castillo, I think I need to address that. I think there's at least some question about whether or not it would start the process over. I think it would be a substantive change and would at the very least require another public meeting and another public hearing, but I don't think it would start the entire notice of intent process over.
All right. With that advice of counsel and opinion, there's a motion and a second to amend.
Excuse me, Shane, Ms. Davis, you're in opposition.
I'm not sure that motion to amend has the
So you
votes
would
in it.
have to do a new notice of intent and go through the process of the submission of the notice of intent, the new notice with the revision included over again, submit it to the register with the changes, do the fiscal note. The whole notice would be different because we made a change, which would delay everything. And go, if there's request, public comment and request for a hearing, we would do that again. Repromulgation.
But you could address, you could address the fiscal note issue with that process as well, is that what I'm hearing?
Would be in there, I mean, it's part of, you have to get a new fiscal note.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. And we've got advice both of our executive director and our counsel with respect to how the process would proceed, and that we have to start the notice of intent process over. Having said that, all in favor of Mr. Garvey's motion, say aye.
Aye.
How about a show roll call? We got it. We don't have a consensus on this one.
Dr. Bopey? No. Dr. Bopey votes no. Dr. Davis? No. Dr. Davis votes no. Ms. Ellis? Yes. Ms. Ellis votes yes. Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Ms. Holloway?
Yes.
Ms. Holloway votes yes. Mr. Millerin?
Yes.
Mr. Millerin votes yes. Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Morris votes yes. Ms. Orange-Jones? No. Ms. Orange-Jones votes no. Mr. Rock?
No.
Mr. Rock votes no. Ms. Boucher?
No.
Ms. Boucher votes no. Mr. Castile?
No.
Mr. Castile votes no. Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'd like to add, I'd like to offer another amendment that we remove from the motion, the final clause on number 5, which says that with the submission of the final rule in the Louisiana Register at the appropriate time.
All right, there's a request that we remove the language with respect to at an appropriate time. Mr. Miller, you second that? All right. Any comments, questions as it relates to removing that language regarding publication at the appropriate time?
I just have a question. So if the issue with the fiscal note is not resolved, this would have to come back to us in December anyway, correct? So if the fiscal note issue ends up being taken care of and we don't have the expenditure issues that you're concerned about, that would allow this then to move directly into the registry at the appropriate time because we have taken care of what would have prevented its implementation.
Assuming the legislature either doesn't hold a hearing or approves the rule or the governor rules that, and assuming that the financial aspect is somehow resolved, then it just depends on what y'all do on this motion, whether or not staff would be obliged to go forward.
Thank you.
All right, if there is a motion.
Let me just also say, it also depends on the timeline, like I said before. If it happens to be before the Bessie meeting, then obviously if staff is still empowered to do that, they can finish the rule. If it's after the Bessie meeting, y'all could obviously take some action at the Bessie meeting to either direct staff to do it or direct them not to do it.
There's actually a number of days that they are allowed to have the hearing. And so it's not going to be after the December meeting. There's a certain 35 to 40 days after publication of the rule. And I can't remember off the top of my head what that date is. I've shared it with some people in the group. If they have the hearing, when they have the hearing, if they have the hearing, it still can be moved forward in the November register. It would have to occur before November.
All right, there's a motion. And a second.
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to again make sure a clear interpretation. If the motion passes, what does it do to the process going forward? And if it doesn't pass, what does it do to the process going forward?
If it passes, then we have another item on the agenda in December. If it fails and the original motion passes, then we don't necessarily have another discussion in December on this policy.
So where do we land on the fiscal note issue? It wouldn't have an effect on the fiscal note as far as I know.
That's connected to the legislature, the process in the legislature.
It basically gives,
without the fiscal note issue being resolved?
it basically gives y'all an opportunity to revisit the issue and determine for your own satisfaction whether or not it's been.
And that is if we.
That is if you approve this motion and take away staff's authority to move forward with the rule without a subsequent vote.
Got it, okay, and if we don't approve and it goes through, then
Then
staff can proceed.
Then it's possible that staff could proceed with final adoption of the rule before y'all have had an opportunity to determine whether or not y'all are satisfied with the resolution of the fiscal.
Okay, so how does that play out with the actual implementation? My understanding was it would get you to the starting line, but it wouldn't get, or get you to the finish line, but it wouldn't get you over.
It would, in theory, empower staff to publish a rule that we know would be contrary to the statute.
Okay, what's the consequence of doing something that's contrary to statute?
I think the rule would be contrary to law and be invalid. My recommendation is that y'all have another vote to consider the financial.
Your recommendation is to remove item 5.
I think y'all should, I don't know the best way to accomplish it, but I think the board should reconsider at some point whether or not that financial issue has been resolved, assuming you agree with my interpretation that.
Otherwise, the board would be subject to violation of statute.
The rule would, under what we know right now, the rule would violate 49.61.
Okay, thank you.
The language that we're suggesting be removed just says the appropriate time. It doesn't say when it should be published. Appropriate could be once we make a determination of what's the right time to do it. Maybe we come back in December and address it, maybe we don't. But appropriate seems to suggest that it gives us some wiggle room.
I mean, that's up to y'all what you want to empower staff to do and what, how specific you want to be with that.
Okay, all right, fair enough. There is a motion to amend and a second. Any additional questions or comments? Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Bovee? No. Dr. Bovee votes no. Dr. Davis? No. Dr. Davis votes no. Ms. Ellis?
Yes.
Ms. Ellis votes yes. Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Ms. Holloway?
Yes.
Ms. Holloway votes yes. Mr. Millerin?
Yes.
Mr. Millerin votes yes. Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Morris votes yes. Ms. Orange Jones? Ms. Orange Jones votes no. Mr. Rock? Mr. Rock votes no. Ms. Bochet?
No.
Ms. Bochet votes no. Mr. Castile?
No.
Mr. Castile votes no. Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Garvey?
I have what I think might be my last question, but I don't want to commit to that at this time. I'd like to ask our counsel about Section 5 of the statute that we've been talking about. That statute says, notice of the intent of an agency to adopt, amend, or repeal any rule and the approved fiscal and economic impact statement shall be transmitted to all persons who have made timely request of the agency for notice. The notice and statement shall be transmitted at the earliest possible date, but not later than 10 days after the date when the proposed rule change is submitted to the Louisiana Register. And I bring that up with regards to this new approved fiscal and economic impact statement. This section seems to say, to me, that we have to send the approved fiscal and economic impact statement to all of those persons who have asked for notice. And we have to send it to them no later than 10 days after the proposed rule is submitted to the Louisiana Register. And my understanding is that the proposed rule was submitted to the Louisiana Register several weeks ago, which is more than 10 days. So it seems to me that this new approved fiscal and economic impact statement needs to be sent to these people who have requested notice, and a new rule, proposed rule, needs to be submitted to the Louisiana Register. And I'm wondering if you agree with that interpretation.
No, I don't think that's correct.
It's not a rule, it's a revision. This is not the rule, we submit the rule later.
This says that the approved fiscal and economic impact statement needs to be sent to the people who ask for notice within 10 days of the publication of the proposed rule. The proposed rule happened several weeks.
That's the NOI. The other publication was the NOI. The rule doesn't go into the board adopts it as
The
a rule.
proposed rule, you're saying, is different from the notice of intent?
A rule is different.
I would just say that I don't think it prohibits the legislative fiscal office from issuing a new financial and economic impact statement and somehow, restarting the entire process. It may require that notice of the updated fiscal and economic impact report to go out to those individuals, but I don't think that's what the statute's doing. I don't think it prevents any amendment to a financial and economic impact statement more than 10 days after the first publication.
Ms. Hunt, you say you agree with that?
I'm reading it as the fiscal and economic impact statement is summarized by the agency, and that's what's submitted.
I still was saying FEIS for the rule, and I was just saying that this was not the rule publication.
Yes, no, I agree with that, but I don't know that's what the statute's saying. It's saying the fiscal and economic impact statement shall be summarized by the agency.
Speak loud.
Ms. Hunt, we can't hear you. Can you turn your mic closer to you?
Yes. I'm reading this as saying the fiscal and economic impact statement shall be summarized by the agency, and that's what's sent directly to affected persons, small businesses, non-governmental groups, and so forth, and published in the Louisiana Register. But that's the impact statement itself, it's not the rule.
The impact statement for the proposed rule.
It doesn't say that.
Oh, okay, that's what he said. So we're Are you saying that we should have sent this to small businesses?
I'm saying that as I read section 5, I think it's A5, it says that the approved fiscal and economic impact statement needs to be sent to the people who ask for notice. And that sending needs to happen no later than 10 days after the proposed rule is submitted to the register.
I don't think it's gonna affect the small businesses.
They're not the only ones.
I don't think that's an issue that changes anything that we're
Nobody's
gonna do
requested
today.
Nobody has requested notice?
No.
Okay.
And it will be published in the register, within the publication today, so it will be published. The revision will be published.
And like I was starting to say, I don't think that changes anything that y'all will do today. If you'd like, I can take a look at this. This isn't one of the issues, that I was prepared to look at today. I mean, I can take a look at this issue and determine what needs to be done.
If you would, and I understand it's a complicated issue, so I would understand you need to go back and do some research. If you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. I think we're ready to vote on the original motion. All right, roll.
I just want to give one final confirmation here. If we vote on this and it passes, to implement it will be a violation of statute. Just want to understand that. That's right.
Under the current information where there is a financial and economic impact statement that says there will be an increase in expenditures in state funds, then that would be violative of the statute at the time of final adoption.
If you vote to implement something, it will be a violation of statute.
No, you'd be voting to move forward with something that could be, but you also make that determination.
Mr. Castillo,
Yes.
I had asked the department to have ready the information that the districts would need to implement this work. I know they've been working on it. I was able to give them some feedback on it. They told me they were going to have some handouts for us. Do we have those? Because I think that's connected to this aspect of the fiscal impact, right? And I think part of the struggle is we have a group of people that are against this policy. So they're looking for every way possible to stop the policy from happening. And I think this goes back to the implementation part of the policy piece. And frankly, the department has this information. They've published this information. They've used this information in other places before. And so, Superintendent, do you have those things that I requested for you to have available for today?
Yes, ma'am. So whenever we finished the last meeting on an officer call, I believe we discussed that there are two cohorts of students that are impacted. One is those entering the high school cohort before 22-23 and those after 22-23. And this is where we developed a timeline, whereas should this proposal move forward for those students after the 22-23 cohort, we would have to contract with psychometricians, et cetera, to develop a rubric that could, to all extents possible, match up against proficiency, mastery level of the standards. And this is something that where we would have to contract out. The challenge here becomes the students who have entered the cohort already, and how to deal with those particular students upon your request, and then in response to your emails as well, not only to me, but out to the school systems, telling them that we would have information available. We did develop a set of I guess I would say, guidance for school systems. And as I've shared with you and Mr. Morris and Mr. Castile, we don't think that that mirrors proficiency because of the amount of time that we've had to do it. However, we have provided the information because I told you that we would. So yes, that's the best.
I appreciate that. And I think when you go back to the other part of this, like the legality around the fiscal impact, is that you have a majority of your board that have so far supported this policy being developed, and that you have an opportunity to work in your budget in future years to implement the policy. So I really think this is a gain relative to the fiscal aspect of this work. And I feel like I need to voice that. So can we have those handouts, please?
So I don't think it's a game. I mean, it's a real issue that we will have if we want to develop a rubric that in some way mirrors mastery or proficiency, which is what I shared with you and Mr. Castile and Mr. Morris several times, is that moving forward, we're going to have the development of a rubric that can assure mastery. And we can't do that in-house and overnight should this policy pass. What we have provided per your request is guidance that can be used in the interim until we can get to that point. However, I would share with you, we're not recommending that it be used because, one, we don't agree with the policy. But should the policy pass, there has to be something in place so that school systems aren't confused and that there's clarity in the system. And so that's why we, at your request, developed this document.
I just need clarification about Dr. Bovey's comment about playing the game. I'm not quite sure if it's the department playing the game or is it Bessie? Are you referring to Bessie or is it the department, just to make for clarity? Because I'm not playing the game, I'm just deciding.
Well, a real concern is it's going to happen in the field if this goes through, because as you've emailed system leaders, Dr. Bovey, they now are expecting from us, what is the guidance, what do they do with their students who are in this particular situation that entered the cohort before 22-23. And so if there's not something available for them to utilize, there's going to be confusion in the field. And so that's not a game for us, that's trying to eliminate confusion in the field. But there are real financial commitments that will be forthcoming to ensure that a group can be developed that does align to mastery.
Ms. Marsh-Jones?
If there's more discussion on this topic, I don't want my comment is unrelated, so I'll just defer to the board.
I don't see any other hands raised. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a final note to the exceptional educators who have continued to advocate on behalf of your students and the families and the students who have come back here again and again and share their powerful, honest stories with all of us. Some of you may know this, but I don't think I've ever shared this with you. I was a struggling student. Right? I have been fortunate enough to spend my whole adult life here in Louisiana since I've been 22 years old and I'm aged from being 45, so the majority of my adult life I have been a proud Louisianan, but I'm from the poorest congressional district in this country, and I'm raised by a single mother who did many, many things, made many sacrifices to create a way for me and my brother to have an opportunity, a real chance at a quality education, because she knew what that would actually mean. And even despite her sacrifice, the fact is I struggled in school tremendously. And when many of my peers were applying to colleges, because I struggled so much on the SAT, I had a massive barrier in my way. And as they were getting acceptances, I was getting rejection after rejection after rejection, to the point that it was unclear if I could even go to college, right? Because I couldn't, because my SAT score wasn't strong enough. And it was really my 9th grade English teacher, who was also my college advisor, who got on the phone with one of the schools I had been waitlisted at, the admissions office, and said, you have to give this young woman an interview. I understand that she didn't do well on this one, but you must give her an interview. She then paid for my bus fare. I took a 4-hour drive to that campus, and I was one of the very few students who got off that wait list that year and got into college, right? It is not lost on. I then went on to be at the top of my class in college. I then went on to get a graduate degree from Harvard University, and here I sit today, right? So I share that with you because I know the power of advocacy and what happens when your teachers advocate on behalf of student opportunity. And what I want to say to you, despite all the legalities, having spent the last 30 minutes of this conversation, you have changed lives. Your advocacy is changing lives. and in creating a path for student opportunity that I believe will impact decades of children in the future in this state, right? It's unfortunate that on this particular issue, many of my friends in this audience who we've agreed on for years, I believe our voting record together might be over 99%. I've supported every single major standards effort we have made as a state over the past 12 years to raise standards. I have fought hard, I've got the battle wounds just to show for it, to raise accountability standards in this state over and over and over again. You know all too well, I have been a fierce proponent of choice because I know the role that choice played in my own life as my mother raised me. Right? But the fact is, on this issue, we haven't been able to get on the same page, and it's really unfortunate. We all have to decide how we're going to spend the final days on this board, for those of us who won't be returning. And for me, I've decided I want to spend my final days in integrity with my beliefs and continuing to fight for student opportunity and what I believe. And this vote for me is not any different than any other vote I have taken on behalf of students in the last 12 years. I take it proudly. I'll take it again in December. And after December, I'll be sitting right there with you as we continue to fight this on the other side. So I just want to say on behalf of the many, many children who will never make it into rooms like this, I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate the leadership of our community who has come out to sort of lead this, and so many across the state. This has become a groundswell. And I continue to stand in support and solidarity with your effort, and we'll keep fighting, because I believe this actually raises standards for children, not the reverse. So thank you.
And that final note, roll call, please.
Dr. Bovee? Yes. Dr. Bovee votes yes. Dr. Davis? Yes. Dr. Davis votes yes. Ms. Ellis?
No.
Ms. Ellis votes no. Mr. Garvey?
No.
Mr. Garvey votes no. Ms. Holloway? No. Ms. Holloway votes no. Mr. Mallorin?
No.
Mr. Mallorin votes no. Mr. Morris?
No.
Mr. Morris votes no. Ms. Orange Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Orange Jones votes yes. Mr. Rock?
Yes.
Mr. Rock votes yes. Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher votes yes. Mr. Castile?
Yes.
Mr. Castile votes yes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much, folks. I know it's late, but we have.
Go to lunch anytime you want in here. Don't pencil to a recess.
Let's, we'll do a recess. We'll call it 5 minutes because we'll take 10. We'll call it 5. 5-minute recess. All right, folks, we'd like to resume our meeting in progress and take us back to the top of the agenda, to item 3.1.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 4.2, 4.4, and 4.5, and pulling item 4.3.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. We did pull out 4.3, I think. Other than 4.3, there's a motion, any objection to the consent agenda for the pull out of 4.3? An objection, that motion passes. 4.3.
Your next item is on page 1, item 2.1, consideration of requests from local education agencies for waivers of policy contained in bulletins, submitted by the State Superintendent of Education. The recommendation is to approve as outlined.
Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Mr. Rock, seconded by Dr. Davis. Any presentation comments? Any one public comment? Pardon me. Public comments relative to 2.1. Catherine Hart. I don't see Ms. Hart. Ms. Jody Rollins. I don't see Ms. Rollins. Ms. Stacy Bell. Okay, those persons are not here. Seeing that there are no additional comments, any objection to the motion? All right, that motion passes. Next item.
Your next item is on page 17, item 3.1, consideration of an update report regarding registered apprenticeships. The recommendation is to approve as outlined.
Motion. Moved by Ms. Portier, seconded by Dr. Davis. Any discussion? Mr. Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Castillo. So, Superintendent, this is a very impressive list. What does it take to qualify?
That's Dr. Singleton to come forward. We are excited about bringing you this particular list. These are apprenticeship opportunities that are approved by the Louisiana Workforce Commission or the U.S. Department of Labor as competent providers. So we're fairly excited to bring this list to you. You'll see a lot of high demand type areas where we know our students, if they get fulfill a full apprenticeship, they can earn high wage jobs. So I think the simple answer to your question is they have to be approved by the Workforce Commission of Louisiana or the U.S. Department of Labor to be eligible.
So what does that take?
So they actually, those, let me say what's in the Department of Education, so those providers actually fill out an application with the U.S. Department of Labor. They go through a process of vetting with the U.S. Department of Labor. Then once they are approved as an apprenticeship provider, meeting all of their regulations, then they go to the Louisiana Workforce Commission, and then they go through a process with them, and they have various stipulations to become an apprenticeship provider. And so what we're asking you all to do is to approve those individuals, those providers, as they have already been vetted by those two agencies.
Okay, and what about student qualification to get one of these apprenticeships? What's the requirement for the student?
The student has to meet the requirement of the apprenticeship provider. So for instance, some of the providers require a certain age or a certain coursework that they have completed. So it's going to vary by provider. We have to really look at each one of those providers and determine what the qualification is. So the student meets with the school counselor and the parents meet with the provider and make sure that the student meets the qualifications and it meets their need as far as their career trajectory, and then they would qualify to participate.
So, help me out with how this works. They post this somewhere at the school, so students are aware these apprenticeships are available, they can go apply, and then it's up to the company to go through the interview process, and then they award the scholarships. That's what the process is.
It's not a scholarship. This is an opportunity for students to participate as a student in the apprenticeship program. So a student who is in a particular Jump Start or Fast Start pathway, for example, maybe they're in plumbing, and they want to go, instead of going to the
community and technical college after they graduate high school, they want to go through an apprenticeship program. They want to start as a junior or a senior in high school, and they want to get that journeyman and move to the next stage to where by the time they finish high school, they finish maybe 1 or 2 years of the apprenticeship program. So they're in high school, they say they want to be a plumber, they want to go the route of an apprenticeship instead of going the route of a community and technical college. So they meet with their counselor, they have an apprenticeship provider in their area, they work with that apprenticeship provider to make sure they meet the qualifications, and then they enroll with that apprenticeship provider to get their educational needs met to get that apprenticeship, the first stages of the apprenticeship.
To add on to Dr. Singleton here, Mr. Morris, we should also note that our Fast Forward initiative allows for school systems to develop diploma pathways around these particular apprenticeships. So if they wanted to develop a pathway around pipe fitting for a high school diploma, so long as it meets the requirement to fulfill the full apprenticeship, they can do that. And the students who graduate dually as a pipe fitter apprentice, but also a high school graduate can stay. Would also add here that through advocacy of this board and our work in the legislature, we were able to get an allocation for the first time to provide school systems additional funding should they want to have their students participate in an apprenticeship. And the way that we did that is if they are a community that's considered urban, in addition to all of the dollars that they regularly receive, they would receive $2,500 for every student who was going to participate in an apprenticeship. And for those communities that are rural in nature, as identified by the federal government, they would receive $3,500, and we added the additional $1,000 because we know that transportation costs in rural communities are sometimes a little bit more problematic. So this is an evolving body of work around the high school experience, and we know that because these went through the vetting process through the Department of Labor and the Workforce Commission, that we feel comfortable and confident that these are of good quality, but also local school systems would have to develop a pathway around them.
Can I get clarification on what you just, the amounts, and is that just for having an apprenticeship program, or can you clarify
No,
those
it's
numbers?
like, so for instance, if you're in a school system and your school system is identified as a rural school system, and you have a student that's participating in one of these apprenticeship programs, you would receive $3,500 as a school system to support the costs associated with this particular apprenticeship. If you're in an urban system, it would be $2,500.
Okay.
So, and there's a limit of 500 this year in terms of the funding, additional funding that we have available. So, and it's first come, first serve on those 500.
So the money is by apprenticeship program, not per student, that kind of thing, it's by the program?
Well, it would be awarded to the system, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Singleton, you've been working this, but it will be awarded to the system on a per pupil basis of the students participating in the apprenticeship. So if you have an apprenticeship in a rural community around pipe fitting, you would receive an additional $3,500 for that student to help cover the cost of the pipe fitting program.
Okay, thank you, that's what I needed.
And school districts, have also been doing that. This is a new allocation, and remember, we tried to put in the MFP, they got rejected, so the legislature came back with, what, $1.5 million? $1.5 million to help do this. But local systems also do this outside of that particular allocation if necessary, because we've been having.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from the board? Is there a motion? Any objections to that motion? Very good. Next item, please. Motion passes.
Your next item is on page 27, item 3.2, consideration of an update report regarding the education program and investment charts dashboard. The recommendation is to receive the report.
All right. Motion to receive, Dr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Morris. Great, thank you, Mr. Morris.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have committed to this board to coming back on a regular cadence, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as time goes on around some of the KPIs that occasionally Mr. Morris mentions. And today's presentation will be delivered by Ms. Mitchell, who will share some of the new information around that dashboard.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Bromley. Daniel Mitchell with the Louisiana Department of Education. Good afternoon, everyone. Excited to be here and share just a few updates about our EPIC dashboard. So the department's goal is to provide a publicly accessible reporting tool for all of our stakeholders that reports on our 6 critical goals, and that shows a student's successful progression from birth through graduation. Second, to provide an update on our priority objectives and indicators, and that is the work that we as the agency are doing to achieve the critical goals. Third, we are showing our ESSER investments and outcomes, demonstrating how our school systems are planning for and budgeting their pandemic relief dollars to address the impact of learning loss. Overlaid with student outcomes, stakeholders can identify models of excellence to learn from. So again, today's presentation will be high-level information for each of those dashboards in EPIC. So quickly, first for the 6 critical goals, there are 2 or 3 key updates to note. Number 1, the 2023 data has now been included. Caveat here, the updates will be published by the end of this week. So the link that you can currently access on the website will be updated with the information I'm voicing over today. So the 2023 data is now loaded in for the data that we have available. Second, we've included LEAP Connect information. And then third, we've included NAEP. All of those components have targets that are set and can be seen at either the school system and or state level in the example of NAEP. That still includes year over year and comparison information. Now we're going to look a little bit closer at our priority and objectives indicators dashboard. Before we dive in to viewing an example with updated information, we want to clarify that we will not be doing a deep dive KPI presentation, but rather sharing a proposed cadence for when the board can expect to receive KPI updates for the highest priority work of the agency. This past spring and summer, you received several KPI presentations, including strong school systems, special education, literacy, and most recently math. During these deep dive presentations, program leads discussed those projects and initiatives, when the work was taking place, how the work was funded, who the work is supporting, and ultimately what the impact of that work is, along with corresponding goals and targets. To set the expectation for our stakeholders, we've outlined a 2-year reporting cadence where that level of information will be shared in those respective meetings. That information is included in the backup documentation. While we won't be doing a deep dive, we will look at a few KPIs that have updated information and have evolved as the work moves forward. And we have set objectives and indicators for those initiatives and projects and identify those targets to track our progress. So today, we're going to look at priority 5, which is our high-impact systems, structures, and partnerships. So first, we're going to begin by noticing the 3 initiatives or projects that are included in priority 5. You'll see Reimagine School Systems, School Improvement Best Practices, and Strong School Systems. If we look at school improvement, we see that over here we have set a target for the percent of school systems that receive support. We are able to see prior year and current year data, and for our target for 2023-2024, this will be updated once we receive that data in December. But there are 2 components that we look at, or 2 indicators for this objective. Not only are we looking at the percent of systems that participate, but then we are looking at that impact data. What percent of those systems are improving? So here you're able to see that information. Again, once we have the new data, this information will be updated. Similar to school improvement best practices, We know that Strong School Systems is now in its third year of implementation. At first, we were just looking at the number of LEAs that were participating. Now, we see that 38 have either completed and or are actively participating in this initiative. We have a goal to add 10 more to this initiative next year, but we know that that doesn't necessarily tell us the impact of this work. So a new indicator has been added to this objective, which we will now look at the percent of those strong school systems that increase the percentage of students scoring mastery or above. And we believe that this is the model for all of our projects and initiatives that you will see evolve in the KPI dashboard as the work is implemented. So for that, again, Dr. Tuttleton, who leads that work, she would come to you all next August, do a deep dive presentation where she will talk not only about this work, who is participating in this work, the outcomes of this work, how it's funded, and then any new elements to this work will be shared at that time. So right now, she's in the process of collecting this and has set a target of 90% of those school systems having that increase in students who score mastery. So we just wanted to take a moment to demonstrate how these KPIs will evolve over time to include impact data. Last but not least, we just wanted to call your attention to the ESSER investments and outcomes. This information is the same. It is the ESSER $2 and $3 that our school systems received. And this reflects how they have budgeted those funds in EGMS. School systems constantly amend their budgets to meet the needs of their students and educators, so we update this quarterly. The update that will be seen in the dashboard by the end of this week reflects budgeted plans in EGMS as of September. And at this time, that concludes the presentation, and I will take any questions or comments. Thank you all.
Thank you. Dr. Davis?
I know we've had a long meeting, so I'll be brief. I love the dashboard. The only thing that I think is missing is the inclusion of ESSER $1. And I know that those dollars have already been spent, but I think that from a research perspective, as we start thinking about where are the categories that made the most difference for our student outcomes in terms of trying to figure out how we want to replicate the gains that we have made with these dollars, it's going to be critical for us to know how those ESSER dollars were spent in a similar way. And so I would like to make a motion that the department look at and assess how much it would cost to add the ESSER dollars to the EPIC dashboard, and let us know about that at the December meeting so that we could really decide whether or not adding the ESSER $1 to the EPIC dashboard is worthwhile. I mean, I tend to think it is just because, first, I think this EPIC dashboard has really raised the profile of Louisiana in terms of transparency to taxpayers and how we've been spending these dollars. There has been an overt effort to link those dollars spent to student outcomes and to the KPI of the department. And I think that researchers will be much more interested in using this type of data in their own analyses that could inform the department's efforts in the future if it's a complete look at all three of the buckets of money and how they were spent. And so I think it would not only be of help to us in assessing what really works, I think it would increase transparency to taxpayers, which the legislature loves. And then number three, though, it would really allow researchers to get in here and look at best practices so that we would have a better idea of what we need to be focusing on in the future.
So, number one, I don't think it requires a motion. We can just come back with it for December. That's not a problem.
We can make it
unless you just want it to be a motion. The second piece is more broad around, this is new. I mean, this launched less than, what, 6 months ago? Yeah. So any suggestions and ideas that the board has around things they'd like to see in here, like, we welcome those, we want this to be as good as it can possibly be. But it's new and it's in its infancy. And you're right, other places are looking at it, but stay engaged to this, and if we can add or subtract to what we include here, just let us know.
Okay, well, so then I'll not make an emotion, but just expect a report in December about adding extra $1 to the Epic dashboard. Awesome, thank you.
Great. Any other comments, questions, requests? Mark?
So looking forward to December, look at the schedule here, December is the educated workforce. At that time, we'll have an update for the teacher shortage in Louisiana, what that looks like, current status.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Great. All right, very good, thank you. Any objections to the motion? No objections, motion passes. Thank you for your report. All right, next item.
Next item is on page 61, item 4.1, consideration of an update report regarding the accountability work group. The recommendation is to receive.
Motion to receive, Dr. Davis, seconded by Ms. Bushin. Report, please.
Yeah, we don't have a formal report. I think the idea here is just to advise the board that it's work in progress. And certainly if they'd like to attend the next meeting, I believe it's Thursday, right? But that's work in progress. This will be meeting 2 of 4, and the final report will be delivered to the board in December.
Sounds good, thank you. Any objections to that motion? Motion passes. Next item.
Next item is on page 65, item 4.3, consideration of an update report regarding the special education advisory panel. Recommendation is to receive.
Motion to receive by Dr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Rogers. Right ahead, thank you.
So I asked that this motion be pulled from the consent, or this item be pulled from the consent agenda because Steve had a very good meeting last week. I would encourage all of you to go online and watch the video. But I think that some of the things that we discussed warranted just mentioning to this entire body because I think it has some really important implications. There was a lot of discussion around the Steve Carter literacy program. In particular, a lot of consternation that families are not using that pile of money to the degree that they could be. There is a concern that LEAs are not informing families around the availability of the Steve Carter literacy program. Additionally, there are concerns that we do not have tutors that are eligible to use those dollars with our students with disabilities, which could be legal issues, but also is just a missed opportunity for us to be moving our kids with special needs forward. They also brought up the fact that the instructions around student IDs and accessing the program needs to be made clear because students can have multiple IDs, and so we need some clarification on the website about which student IDs are needed. And then they also brought up how are private school students as well as homeschool students supposed to access that program without the appropriate ID. And then there was also a concern that perhaps the department should issue a suggestion to districts that the school building level committees and IEP meetings make a discussion of the Steve Carter literacy program part of those meetings, and perhaps even for the parents of students with disabilities, offering them the opportunity to sign up for that program right there at the IEP meeting to remove barriers that these students might be facing. We also talked about the local SEEK report and suggested that the department might want to think about providing guidance around what information should be included in that report. In particular, dates on meetings, right? Every district is kind of doing their own thing with these local reports, which limits their usefulness to both parents at the district as well as to the department. So the dates of meeting as well as attendance. But it's the last 2 items, and I swore as my seat group that I would do this. So I'm sorry that we're in the middle of a long meeting, but I promised them that I would talk about 2 other items. One is LARS, which is the Literacy Alternative Assessment Report. So now that we're going to be mandating literacy screeners multiple times a year for our young children, they are concerned about the training and implementation documents for both administrators and teachers around the consistency of implementation on the alternative assessment. Inside the LARS report, there is a rubric, and this is as a result of Mr. Morris's attendance at this meeting, that rubric needs specific intervention for each cell so that districts know what they need to be doing or what are the tools at their disposal to move children forward. And then the next question was, how will parents in the state know whether or not their student is receiving the appropriate intervention around this particular need? This is a focus that also came into play around Act 422, which I'll talk about in a minute, but there needs to be documentation around when these interventions are taking place so that the state and IEP auditing, all of those things are captured. Those things are captured in the IEP so that we know that they are being done, because we know Act 422 is going to have profound consequences. And then there was a great deal of concern about children with IEPs who do not qualify for LARS. So this alternative literacy assessment is only going to be 1% of our students, but we know that a lot of children with IEPs are going to have to use DIBELS. And we don't know anything yet around how we're going to be able to modify testing using DIBELS so that it can be used and accurately assess what our children with IEPs and 504s might know. And then last, around Act 422, the panel is worried that the department will not collect the data necessary to ensure that the effects of this piece of legislation can be adequately assessed. There was a strong belief that the interventions required in Act 422 should be added to SERS in order to monitor compliance across the state for both students with IEPs as well as our students who do not have IEPs. And then finally, under Act 422, they noted that extended school year or ESY data is required in March, but the results of these literacy tests won't come until April. And so districts will have already been required to do extended school year decision-making without knowing exactly what the needs around literacy are. And so I know that that was a lot, but I felt like it deserved mentioning here in this meeting rather than on our Wednesday meeting. But we have a lot of really important moving parts coming up as we try to implement Act 422 as well as accountability around literacy. And so I think it's going to be really important that the accountability work group or advisory group specifically talk about modifications to DIBELS for kids that don't qualify for LARS as we try to figure out how those scores are going to be included in schools' accountability scores. So that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Davis. Any questions of Dr. Davis? Mr. Morris?
Yeah, Dr. Davis, I made a promise at that meeting too, that I would raise the question around the C Carter plan and the fact that only 1% implementation today for a $40 million allocation. So the question seemed to be accessibility for most folks. I understand that there is a market out there and the state has a budget to compete in that market. And one of the things I'm hearing is the current state rate is not competitive in that market. And then the second aspect here is potential issues for transportation to access those tutors. So my question was, I appreciate the fact that this was initially intended to be something outside of school, but if accessibility is an issue, I don't understand why we're not bringing those vendors into the schools and taking care of the transportation, the accessibility issue there. So I'm wondering, as I promised in that meeting, that we could ask the department to comment on that, and is there any potential opportunity that we could use these funds to incentivize the vendors to come into the schools, and then at that point, they could supplement the work the teacher's doing. They could be an aid to the teacher to unload the teacher a little bit, and at the same time, they'd be providing that resource that wasn't readily available. So appreciate any comments you would have to.
So first of all, Dr. Davis, that was a lot. And I would just ask that you connect with our special ed team, policy team, and teaching learning team after to make sure we got all that covered. But I know I had about a dozen staff members at that meeting, so they connected. Regarding Steve Carter, a few comments. Number one, just to deal with a few misconceptions here. Number one, Steve Carter was developed and put in place in legislation. It's a good program. It was never funded by the legislature. So they put in place a program they did not fund, and so we made the decision, and you guys blessed that we would allocate a certain amount of our federal dollars to be able to implement the program. Much of the program was modeled after a similar program in Florida that they implemented. I don't know the exact number, but in Florida, I want to say they had between 1,000 and 2,000 kids in the entire state participating, and I think that they probably dissolved the program since then. We don't want to do that. We, in fact, think that the Steve Carter Literacy Program holds a lot of promise for outside of the school day additional support, but we have to continue to develop the vendors. We have to develop the face-to-face vendors in communities throughout the state, as well as the online vendors. One of the challenges, and you raised it, is that at present, we're not sure that our rates are competitive, and so we have some face-to-face vendors telling us that they don't want to participate because our rates aren't competitive enough. So that's something that we have to review. To the second item that you mentioned around bringing them into the school day, I think there's also a place for that. But I think it's really two separate conversations. I think we have to think about what can we do to strengthen the Steve Carter Literacy Program, which are dollars for outside of the school day, and then also think about built-in high-dosage tutoring opportunities during the school day. And certainly those we'll learn from each other on all of those. But I know our team is thinking a lot right now about that during the day model and how that might best could be implemented, both with staff at the campus, but also external support. So I don't think people think that the Steve Carter program isn't a good program. I don't know that it will ever have the amount of participants that we set aside dollars for. Didn't see that in the entire state of Florida. That's much larger than ours. But I do think it's a good program for those that use it. Certainly, we need to work on accessibility of the program. But again, people think that that's been around for a while too. That just launched in January, so that's not even a year old either. So it's just going to take some time for some of this to work itself out.
Ms. Busher?
Yeah, I think timing's a big issue too, because the federal dollars we set aside are these ESSER dollars. And with the school districts having their own ESSER dollars, we're doing after-school tutoring, in-school interventions, in-school, I'll just leave it as in-school interventions time during the school day, but we're also providing real-time tutoring after school and such. So once these dollars dry up, if there's a funding source for the Steve Carter to continue, I think you're going to see more people taking advantage of it, because the districts are not going to have the same amount of dollars to do it themselves. So when we try to, we're an approved provider for Steve Carter, as well as doing our own after-school tutoring. But I just have a limited number of teachers who wish to participate in doing it. They've all had the science of reasoning training, and they very well qualified. But the number of students who could access these programs is in excess of the number of people that we can provide and do it to. And many of our own teachers would rather say participate in the after-school tutoring that we provide as opposed to Steve Carter.
How would the teachers respond to the potential for the vendors to come in the classroom and help them out in the classroom? That means resources that be receptive.
That's a big issue. Scheduling is a big issue. Continuity of the curriculum, making sure that what's being provided goes along with what we're doing in the classroom. There'd be a lot of issues to work out, and scheduling is a big issue.
We got $20 million to work with.
Well, I don't think so. It's going to come out. I mean, I would think that, I don't know, Dr. Brumley, if it's extra monies, it's got to be spent by next September 2024. So if it's not spent there, I don't know what plans the department and Advocacy has to reallocate at least those ESSER dollars. That might be other sources.
So that's what I'm trying to do, is look at short term, right before the money dries up. Is this a way to utilize those resources before the deadline. I don't know exactly.
Maybe to some smaller extent, we can do it to the scale that we're talking about with the dollars that are remaining. Because we do so much of that right now. We're bringing in interventionists. And I think most districts are bringing in interventionists during the school day as it is, who are working in conjunction with our regular classroom teachers.
So one not an issue now, or you expect
It
it to
will
be an
be
issue?
after September of 2024, I think it'll be a big issue.
Well, and
that's
our KPI should pick that up, right? You can see how much we've invested with the ESSER funds and what those, the outcomes of those investments have been. And we can use that data to support the case of the legislature to bring the funding in to sustain the program.
Yeah, so Superintendent Bochet raises a good point here too, in that we have seen significant investment, and we've built some of the modules ourselves, our Accelerate modules that we built for tutoring. We've made math intervention available statewide. We've done the same for some phonics and intervention. So we've been investing there. Systems have been investing their percentage of the money there, but those dollars are going to expire. And so what we're looking at now is, when we think about Steve Carter, what is the real usage? What could be the growth over a period of time as we think about the development of the infrastructure? And then that has to inform a request that we make in the executive budget to the DOA around a real number that we think could be utilized to support this in the year when we're beyond the ESSER dollar.
Right, Ms. Ellis?
I guess this is a time where we, as government of sorts, need to start being a little more flexible with like what's next. I do have some concerns, like Ms. Bochet, that the money's gonna run out, or at least the time to spend the money will run out, and we're not seeing huge participation in the program. I've gotten a flyer in the mail that's, kind of, and I feel like that's what many districts are doing. They're trying to share, but having the district then participate in this while they're also doing all of their other things, if they're not getting the participation, right or wrong, what are we gonna do with those dollars to help kids? I mean, we've got other needs. Obviously, we've talked about a lot of those today. We need to start talking now about what we're gonna do with those dollars before they run out. I think that needs to be an urgent conversation.
Another concern that we have heard from some of the vendors is they would be part of the program, except they don't want to do the science of reading training. And the actual law calls for the science of reading training to be part of someone's ability to deliver the tutoring. And so we haven't, at this point, backed off of, if you're going to be a reading tutor, we want you to have the science of reading training. And that's just a bar we decided to hold to. But, that's one of the reasons why we've heard some individuals not want to participate.
Ms. Howard?
I want to piggyback on Dr. Romney's comment about Steve Carter bill in regards to the training of the science literacy. And I do believe that's, look, it's a good thing, but it's a roadblock in regards to vendors out there wanting to service children under this particular program, but having to go through this training. Number two is the transportation. So you're having individuals, parents who are qualifying, but yet having to travel 30 plus miles to a vendor because the centralized locations are not participating, or if they are, they have to go through the Steve Carter literacy training. Okay? So what I'd like to know, and I'm not quite sure, but I would think as one of your staff members that's in charge, can you give us like what the timeline of, from what I'm understanding, the opening of applying for approval is not open until another, like in February, and I'm not
Are you
sure.
talking about to be a vendor?
Yes, to be a
So-
vendor. It seems like the timeline has stopped, like vendors cannot apply at this moment.
No. So what happened before the program launched, we opened, and staff correct me if any of this is wrong, we opened the window prior to it being open. We ran the window, we closed it, we did vetting at that point. I think that we did that again, and then once we got to, I think, April or May of this year, we opened it up, and so it's open on a rolling RFA. And so if there's a vendor out there, they can apply at any point now. That wasn't the case at the very beginning of the program because we knew we'd have a certain set we needed to vet. But I believe whenever we got to April or May, it opened up, and so the window is continuously open at this point.
I understood it's not. It's not so. It is open. When did it become open? According to my understood that it wasn't. Help me.
So as Dr. Brumley said, previously, we've had a tutoring vendor guide in place for a few years now. Really, the first purpose was to serve school systems as they found tutoring providers to do either after school or during the day tutoring. And so that we then expanded the tutoring guide, and we also made sure to include the Steve Carter requirements that were included in the legislation. And so there were originally windows, which is pretty common for an RFA process, but when we started the Steve Carter program, realizing that we were going to need a lot of vendors to really satisfy the need and the number of children who are going to be involved in the program, hopefully, we went ahead and when we opened the window in April, we left the window open. So the window has been open, and when tutoring providers, when they apply through that RFA process at this point, there's a few week turnaround. It takes about 2 weeks for our office here at the department to look through the RFA requirements, the rubric, make sure that that vendor is all in line. And then it takes another few weeks for them to actually be added to the portal. And so it's about a 4 to 6 week turnaround between them applying and them actually being added. We just added this past week 11 additional tutoring providers, so we're up to, I believe, about 45 at this point.
And it's also maybe the turnaround of the time frame of the turnaround, 4 to 6 weeks seems to be a long time for individuals who are wanting this tutoring.
Yeah, it's a few processes. It takes us about 2 weeks for the RFA, and then they actually have to become a vendor with the state in order to participate in the program. And so some of that is getting that state ID number, some of those tax issues that they have to work through, submitting some of that paperwork to actually become a vendor with the state. That can take a few weeks. And then it'll take about 1 to 2 weeks for the actual tutoring management company, the online platform, to actually add them into the online platform. That's why the turnaround is that time.
How long is the training?
Well, the training would be how they would need to complete the training before they enter into the RFA process.
How long is the training?
Well, the training is the same science of reading training from Act 108.
What is the timeline for a training for
The 40 to 50 hours of the science of reading training that all of our kindergarten through third grade teachers and leaders have to go through.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that report. Dr. Davis, there was a motion to receive your report. No objection to the report. That takes us to our next item.
Next item is on page 73, item 5.1, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 118, statewide assessment standards and practices regarding English language proficiency test, cut scores. The recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent revisions to Bulletin 118.
Motion to approve by Dr. Davis, seconded by Ms. Gaucher. Any objection to the motion? Motion passes. Next item.
That concludes the agenda.
Okay. All right, we want to break for lunch and come back in